Chapter 1605. Xiao Qin could not help feeling disheartened. There was a tiger in front and a wolf in the back. Was he really going to fall here? The main forces of the three rank 2 sects were definitely on their way. Since even the first elder made a move, the other elders and elite disciples of the sects would definitely not be idle. However, the 3 first elders were rather fast and arrived early. After all, the Scarlet Blood War banner was too tempting. No one wanted the Scarlet Blood War banner to fall into the hands of another rank 2 sect. They would bring out their strongest combat prowess. There was no doubt about this. After that, there were the sect reinforcements. Now, there were the mysterious experts of the Black Lotus Church chasing after him. Xiao Chen did not care about anything else for now, not thinking about the reinforcements of the 3 sections. Right now, the situation was already bad enough. This Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man already pushed Xiao Chen to a dead end. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated about whether to fight to the death, the pursuer that he worried about the most appeared at this moment. Does heaven want me to die? As that pursuer approached, the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant released continuously, making Xiao Chen feel like his chest was blocked, burning up uncomfortably. To think that you still have a backup plan. However, just at this moment, the expression of the white-robed old man, who was about to attack Xiao Chen, suddenly sank. Then he turned around and threw a palm strike at the black light, heading for Idle Cloud Restaurant. Bang! The newcomer sent out a black swastika and clashed with the white-robed old man, producing an intense explosion. Blood leaked out of a corner of the white-robed old man's lips. He revealed a grave expression as he soared into the air and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression on his face, feeling somewhat confused. Xiao Chen looked at the newcomer. This person wore black monk robes, had a bald head, and held a Buddhist monk staff. His facial features were regular, giving off a solemn and dignified air. However, the heavy hostility in his eyes spoiled this dignified air. Buddhist cultivator, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my Ice Snow Mountain Manor? The white-robed old man shouted coldly. However, that black-clad Arhut did not even look at him. Instead, he shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. His soul seemed to be frozen for a moment, and he felt a deep sense of fear. At the same time, he instantly understood that the black-clothed Arhut wanted to capture him alive. So the person I was looking for, Headmaster, is actually you. The black-clothed Arhut revealed a look of disdain. The Headmaster actually sent out so many people to deal with this ant-like existence. To think that the 72 Arhats, the 4 protectors, and the Holy Sun Mingxian were all sent out. For such a character, the Headmaster was making a big fuss out of nothing. Come with me to see the Headmaster. The black-robed Arhut took a step forward and walked toward Xiao Chen. There seemed to be an illusory Buddha image behind him, and the might of Buddha restrained Xiao Chen. When the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man heard that, he thought, how can this be? How can I let Xiao Chen go? Stop! A long sword appeared in his hand, and with boundless coldness he immediately attacked. Courting death! The black-clad Arhut raised his eyebrows. They were like 2 sharp swords that instantly gleamed with sharpness. The Buddhist staff in Xiao Chen's hand swept out, giving off a large Buddhist light. The instant it came into contact with the white-robed old man, it sent him flying. This Arhut was merely an early-stage major primal core cultivator. Yet he killed the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder without being able to retaliate. Xiao Chen's heart had already started pounding in that instant. The dragon blood, soul-breaking finger was already in his hand, ready to be unleashed. The 2 of them started fighting again, giving Xiao Chen the perfect opportunity to quickly leave. The fish dragon art flashed and arrived beside Xiao Suo. Flawless saber technique, falling moon stance. A silhouette streaked across the sky, the moon falling from the sky. With a flash of saber light, a bright moon fell to the ground, forcing Fengbuyu and the others to retreat once again. Are you all right? Xiao Qin glanced at Xiao Suo and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Suo gritted his teeth. I can hold on. Don't worry. Let's go. It's time to retreat and return to the Pirate Alliance. This was a rare opportunity. If Xiao Chun did not retreat now, he would not be able to leave after a while. You bald donkey, you are indeed here to protect Xiao Qin. Seeing Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo's group quickly leave the battlefield, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man raged and charged at the black-clad Arhut again. How stubborn! The black-clad Arhut was proud and arrogant, not bothering to explain. When he saw this white-robed old man charging over endlessly, he became truly enraged. Buddhist magic skill, rage of the world. The white-robed old man roared, and the formless Buddha image behind him suddenly materialized, turning into a huge Buddha that looked like the Gautama Buddha. However, this Gautama Buddha did not have any auspicious aura at all. Instead, it radiated a startling killing chi and gave off a black light that filled the sky. The black-clad Arhat raised his Buddha staff with both hands and ferociously smashed it down. Immediately, the mountains and rivers trembled, and all things prostrated. An overwhelming Buddhist might descended together with the Buddhist staff. The white-robed old man materialized a sword, sealing everything within 5,000 kilometers in ice. However, when this Buddhist staff struck, it immediately shattered. The white-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back again. On the other side, when Senior Hua and the Jiao snake saw that Xiao Chun had already retreated, they both moved back, not wanting to tangle with their opponents. The white-robed old man lay on the ground in a sorry state, finding it difficult to even get up. The black-clad Arhut looked coldly at this person. Then he raised his head and fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Chen's figure, which was already far away. The black-clad Arhut raised his leg to give chase. Stop him! He is here to protect Xiao Chen. We must kill him. Otherwise, we will lose the Scarlet Blood War banner. The white-robed old man on the ground coughed and shouted to the first elders of the Burning Moon sect and the Wind-Chasing sect. The expressions of the azure-clad old man and the red-clad old man changed at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, they charged over. Since the other party was an enemy, there was no need to hesitate. The azure-clad old man was very fast. He immediately charged over, leaving behind countless afterimages in front of the black-clad Arhut. The afterimages were like the wind, hiding sabers in the wind. Every strand of wind contained great might, glaring guardian deity. Suddenly, a fiery light blazed in the black-clad Arhut's eyes. He looked like a guardian deity, and his skin gave off a metallic glow. When the black-clad Arhut's gaze locked on, he instantly saw the azure-clad old man's true body. He allowed the other gusts of wind to strike his body, making crisp sounds. The black-clad Arhut's heavy Buddha staff gave off a sharp Buddhist light as it swept towards the black-clad Arhut's true body. This startled the azure-clad old man and caused him to retreat in a fluster. However, it was too late. Fortunately, the Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man charged over. His entire body burned with flames as he punched the Buddha staff. Dang! An intense clash rang out. For the first time, the black-clad Arhut moved back. However, it was only half a step. As for the red-clad old man, he moved back 10-odd steps before he stabilized his body. His fist also felt pain. This monk is somewhat strong, the red-clad old man shouted, and the flames on his body surged up, burning fiercely and continuously illuminating the night sky. The fiery light illuminated half of Purple Sun City. The black-clad Arhut wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the red-clad old man lunging over. The the black-clad Arhut stabbed his Buddhist staff into the ground and executed the golden Arhut body, exchanging 3 punches with the red-clad old man. With each punch, a black swastika burst out of the fist light. After 3 punches, the flames on the red-clad old man's body seemed to be extinguished by cold water. He stopped and fell to the ground. Just as the black-clad Arhut displayed his might, dense footsteps rang out on the dilapidated street. Dong! 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 The experts and elite disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the wind-chasing sect, and the ice-snow mountain manor rushed over at this moment. Although there were no peak late-stage major primal core experts, there were many of them. The 3 sects had more than 100 minor primal core venerates. The number of half-step primal core and yang essence elite disciples was even more uncountable. Form the formation and protect the first elder. Kill this bald monk. Seeing the sorry states of the various sects' first elders, the sect disciples and elders immediately gave the order to surround the black-clad Arhut. The black-clad Arhut calmed down. As he looked at Xiao Qin, who had already gone far away, he trembled in anger. Then, when the black-clad Arhut saw the many primal core venerates surrounding him, he frowned heavily. No matter how strong he was not strong enough to deal with so many people at the same time. More importantly, there were still 3 late-stage major primal core old men currently recovering from their injuries, coldly eyeing the black-clad Arhut. With this, it would be difficult to leave even if I wanted to. Xiao Chen, who had already retreated to the west of the city, executed his heavenly eye. When he saw the heavily surrounded black-clad Arhut in the distance, he relaxed slightly. The black-clad Arhut's strength surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. He was just an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he could kill 3 late-stage major primal core cultivators without them being able to retaliate. This strength was probably even stronger than Senior Jiao Snake's. Are all the experts of the Black Lotus Church this horrifying? Chapter 1606. As expected, the experts of the 3 sects surrounded the strong and horrifying black-clad Arhut. Even if that black-clad Arhut managed to escape, he would be severely injured and would not be able to chase after Xiao Chen for the time being. However, Xiao Chen could not cheer up at all. Many things weighed heavily on his mind, and his expression was complicated. Clearly, the Black Lotus Church would not send just one person to chase after him. This person should be just a member of the army chasing after him. Furthermore, this person was just an early-stage, major primal core cultivator, and he was already so strong. Was the Black Lotus Church really that horrifying? How did Xiao Chen offend such a strong enemy? No wonder the Thunder King said that even if Xiao Chen left the Kunlun realm, he would still die. Why is the Black Lotus Church chasing after me? Big brother, where did your reinforcements come from? How can they be so strong? Xiao Suo asked with a smile after he relaxed and entered the western part of the city. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, "When did I say that they were my reinforcements?" They were not. When Senior Lu, Fei and Luo Nen heard that, they all stopped and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that these people also thought that they were his reinforcements? Although the result was unfortunate, Xiao Chen still told them the truth. That black-clad Arhut was not only not his reinforcements, but also his greatest enemy. Ha ha ha! Little brother Xiao Chen, you are really blessed. To think that you managed to escape even under such circumstances. When Senior Lu heard that, he was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. Xiao Su also sighed in amazement. This is really a coincidence. To think that these 2 groups of people actually started fighting. That monk is incredibly stupid. He is so arrogant and cannot be bothered to explain himself to these people. He even thinks that he can forcefully capture Big Brother with his own strength. Xiao Chen shook his head but could not bring himself to smile. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, things would become even more troublesome. Shao Qin, if I did not see wrong, that monk should be one of the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church. How did you offend such a strong person? The Jiao snake asked Shao Qin, feeling somewhat doubtful. Unable to explain too much, Shao Qin could only try his best to give a general idea. I also have my doubts about the specific reason. Perhaps we can only capture a member of the Black Lotus Church's upper echelon and interrogate him. Senior Lu smiled embarrassedly and said, "That will be somewhat difficult. The black-clad arhat that appeared earlier is merely one of the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church. Above arhat, the Black Lotus Church still has the 4 great guardian deities and the mysterious Black Lotus Church's sect venerate. You have to capture at least one of the 4 protectors before you can find out the reason. However, any one of the protectors is a cloud sea expert." Shao Qin frowned and said, "I do not have such thoughts for now, either. Right now, I just want to strengthen myself quickly." Senior Lu seems to understand the Black Lotus Church very well. Senior Lu nodded slightly and replied softly, "I understand a little. This Black Lotus Church had a great origin many years ago. At its peak, it was said to be a rank 7 sect, an existence comparable to the 3 holy lands of the Buddhist sections. It's just that it slowly declined and was suppressed by Buddhism, which is why it's like this now. Although it is now a rank 3 sect, the strength of the Black Lotus Church is no weaker than that of a regular rank 4 sect. Regular rank 3 sects are not strong enough before the Black Lotus Church. This is also why that black-clad arhat is so strong. Sects were divided into 7 ranks, from lowest to highest, from rank 1 to rank 7. Rank 7 sects were considered peak existences. Shao Qin had not expected this Black Lotus Church to have been a rank 7 sect a long time ago. The black-clad arhat could be so strong mainly because of the accumulations of the sect. The cultivation techniques and martial techniques that he cultivated were much stronger than those of the elders of rank 2 sections. At the same cultivation level, a primal core venerate of a rank 1 sect would definitely be much weaker than a primal core venerate of a rank 2 or 3 sect. This sect is too mysterious. Even if I speak for 3 days, I will not be able to finish. Now that your whereabouts are exposed, you need to leave Purple Sun City quickly," Senior Lu said with a grave expression. Shao Qin nodded and said, "I know. I'll go to the Pirate Alliance first, then." The Pirate Alliance was a neutral land. As long as Shao Qin entered, the 3 sects would not dare to charge in. However, if Shao Qin left, the Pirate Alliance would not care. However, it would be enough for Shao Qin to rest. Clearly, the matter of Idle Cloud Restaurant had already spread to the western part of the city. Along the way, several people looked at Shao Qin with shock and some malicious gazes. They all knew that the Scarlet Blood War banner was in Shao Qin's hands. However, they also knew that Shao Qin's means were startling, so they did not dare to act rashly. After entering the pirate hall without any mishaps, Shao Qin went to Senior Gui's room. Without saying anything, he handed over the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. After Senior Lu obtained the alchemic recipe, he was pleasantly surprised. His excitement could not be expressed in words. After asking around, Shao Qin learned that Senior Lu had been unable to make any breakthroughs in alchemy. In the past 10 years, Senior Lu had been searching for all sorts of forbidden medicines to temper his alchemy skills. Furthermore, he was quite fond of forbidden drugs and had a special interest in them. Hence, when Senior Lu learned that Shao Qin had the Heavenly Yang Pill, he was startled and readily agreed to Shao Qin's conditions. Good. It is indeed the Heavenly Yang Pill. This alchemic recipe has been lost for who knows how many years. Unexpectedly, it can see the light of day again. Senior Lu looked at Shao Qin and said, "I'll accept this alchemic recipe. I'll help you refine the Heavenly Yang Pill as well. At the same time, I can temper my alchemy skills." Xiao Chun rejoiced when he heard that. With Senior Lu helping him refine the heavenly yang pill, his chances of success would increase significantly. This is the source tracing pill. Give it to your friend. It is not considered precious. However, some of the ingredients are extremely rare. You can only use it once in your life. Be careful. Senior Lu took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaoqin. Fei and Luonen immediately revealed joyful smiles. Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Take it, Fei." "Thank you, big brother Xiaoqin." "Thank you, Senior Lu." "Thank you, Xiao Suo." Fei could not contain her joy. Her baby fat face filled with smiles. Xiao Suo rubbed his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Why are you thanking me? I did not do anything." This was the first time a girl thanked him so politely, so he felt somewhat embarrassed. Fei covered her mouth and smiled. "I have to thank you. You were the one who shielded me and senior brother earlier. Otherwise, how could I have survived until now?" Luo Nan's hand trembled as he held the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill. For the sake of this medicinal pill, Xiaoqin paid a rather high price. Luo Nan looked at Xiaoqin, not knowing how to express himself. "Big brother Xiaoqin," Xiaoqin smiled and interrupted. "There is no need to say some things. Fei bring Luo Nan to consume the medicinal pill. The earlier he consumes it, the better the effects." Fei nodded and helped Luo Nan down. "Xiaoqin, I'm going to refine the heavenly yang pill. I'll take my leave first." Xiaoqin nodded and sent Luo Nan off with his eyes. Then he found a quiet room with Senior Gue and entered closed-door cultivation. After the consecutive battles at Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiaoqin was severely injured and gained a lot. This battle was also the most intense one since he left the Kunlun realm. It could be considered the beginning, but it was definitely not the last battle. Some of his shortcomings in battle were also revealed. Of course, his cultivation was his biggest shortcoming. If he didn't have those heaven-defying trump cards, he wouldn't be able to win. Without those heaven-defying trump cards, Xiaoqin would not be able to hold his own against an early-stage, major Primal Core expert. However, trump cards were called trump cards because they could not be used frequently. Xiaoqin could not rush his cultivation for now. When Senior Lu refined the heavenly yang pill, he could break through to the yang essence stage. With the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, Xiaoqin could establish a very firm foundation in the veritable personage realm. At that time, he would condense a primal core and shock the world with a single move, far surpassing that of a regular primal core venerate. Right now, Xiaoqin's top priority was to consolidate his Dao realm and comprehend the new fish dragon art. Consolidating these two would greatly improve his current combat prowess. In the boundless starry heavens, a white-clad monk held Buddhist prayer beads and stood on a lotus platform, walking in the starry heavens with his eyes closed. Suddenly, this monk opened his eyes. A holy Buddhist light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Have you discovered it already? Purple Sun City in the Purple Sun region? I think I'm the closest. The white-clad monk entered deep thought. After a while, a Buddhist light released from the lotus platform, forming a long belt of light. The lotus platform moved at an incredible speed through the starry heavens on the belt of light, rushing towards Purple Sun City. Chapter 1607. In the dilapidated street where Idle Cloud Restaurant was in Purple Sun City, the 50-kilometer-long street was in ruins. The shops and tall buildings along the way had all collapsed. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground, and corpses piled up. A heavy stench of blood lingered in the air. Jie, Jie, Jie. Many red-eyed vultures circled the city under the night sky, spreading their wings and crying out strangely. They stared at the corpses below, continuously circling, raring to go. The vultures outside the city actually smelled the stench of blood and flew in. This was the first time such a thing happened in Purple Sun City. One could easily imagine how many people had died on the street. Many of the corpses had terrifying saber wounds on them. The hazy saber intent still lingered. However, even more corpses were torn into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. They had been violently blasted until not even bones remained. Formless wisps of broken souls struggled in pain, unable to dissipate. The black-clad Arhat, who was previously unrivaled and swept through the 3 first elders, knelt on the ground in humiliation as he was being escorted. Most of the corpses on the ground were his. For the sake of killing the black-clad Arhat, the disciples of the 3 great sects and the purple cloud pavilion formed a formation and surrounded him, suppressing him heavily. However, he still killed most of them in the end, leaving the street littered with corpses. Who asked you to be arrogant? The surviving cultivators of the purple cloud pavilion and the other sects continuously whipped the black-clad Arhat kneeling on the ground. The black-clad Arhat did not say anything. He only closed his eyes and allowed the whipping to land on his body. Earlier, all of them had fought with all their might. Among the people who died were their friends or fellow disciples. Naturally, their hatred for the black-clad Arhat was incredibly intense. The first elders of the 3 great sects and the purple cloud pavilion Zanti by let these people do as they pleased. What should we do with this bald monk now? Should we kill him or keep him? The ice-snow mountain-manner's white-robed old man asked as a faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man replied coldly, "Just kill him. Keeping him alive will only bring trouble. We should keep him alive first. Perhaps he will be of some use to Shaochin." He definitely did not expect this bald monk to end up in our hands. Isn't he very loyal? Let's detain this bald monk and bring him to the Purple Cloud Pavilion to auction. Given his temper, he will definitely rush over. The wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man thought of a solution. Antibai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. We'll auction him off as a slave the day after tomorrow. If Xiao Chun hides, it'll be troublesome for us to look for him. Let him come by himself, and we'll set up an ambush in the dark." Antibai also had her own plans. Auctioning off a major primal core venerate as a slave would be of great help to the Purple Cloud Pavilion's reputation. A cold smile flashed across the white-robed old man's face. "That's right. Let's do that. This bald donkey has killed so many of our people, so he should at least have some value to us. Otherwise, it would be too easy on him." While they were discussing, they didn't know that the black-robed Arhat who was kneeling on the ground had a sneer on his face, as if he had heard something extremely funny. "All right, it's settled then. We'll imprison this bald monk now and auction him off the day after tomorrow." When Lan Luo saw this scene from afar, she could not help but shake her head. "Young miss, that is the black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church. This group of people is really seeking death. To think that they dare to auction off a black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church. Should we advise Antibai?" When the mysterious guard hidden in the dark saw this, he laughed hoarsely, feeling speechless. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said indifferently, "There's no need. I already see through her. If she wants to seek death, let her be." Previously, when Feng Bu sought out Antibai, she immediately sold out Xiao Qin. This had flabbergasted Lan Luo, rendering her speechless. Lan Luo had already advised Antibai many times, but it was useless. Instead, she reprimanded Antibai for not understanding business and not having sufficient experience. "Now, I finally understand why the clan gave up on this place. They are just a group of people chasing their own interests, completely forgetting the existence of the clan." Heavy disappointment flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. "And you said softly that Xiao Qin actually managed to form a relationship with the Black Lotus Church. He is truly incredible. No matter how I look at him, he seems like an outstanding talent with a great, desolate Ian bloodline. However, I just can't tell. Lan Luo was not surprised. Aside from the strongest 100 races, the great desolate Ian bloodline still has some secondary bloodlines. Back then, during the great desolate Ian, when the 10,000 races fought, not all went extinct. Some bloodlines have been passed down, but they are not as famous as the great desolate Ian's 100 races. No wonder. And you nodded gently. So that was the case. However, the two were mistaken. Xiao Chen's bloodline was one of the strongest 100 races of the great desolate Ian. However, the blue dragon bloodline had been extinct for too long, so most people did not have any impression of it. When the sky was about to brighten, Xiao Qin came out of closed-door cultivation and saw Senior Gui, who had just returned from a busy day. When Senior Gui saw Xiao Qin, he was stunned. The other party had a strange Dao on him. The strong aura dazzled Senior Gui. What the heck is this? The legendary Dao? This was especially so for Xiao Chen's eyes. They were bright and untainted, like gems in the starry sky, filled with charm and boundlessly deep. With just one glance, one would feel like they were about to sink in. Xiao Chen's comprehension of the Saber Great Dao had completely stabilized his Saber Great Dao's second realm. This gave off an extraordinary feeling. After one night of closed-door cultivation, Xiao Qin thoroughly absorbed the comprehensions from the battle at Idle Cloud Restaurant, stabilizing his hard-earned second realm of the Great Dao and the new fish dragon art movement technique. This could be considered a complete rebirth. However, Xiao Qin knew that this was far from enough. He still needed to raise his cultivation. Only then could he truly fight against a major primal core venerate without using his trump cards. Of course, fighting with a late-stage major primal core expert was still a long way off. Senior Gui, has Senior Lu come out of closed-door cultivation? Xiao Chen asked with a relaxed expression. Senior Gui recovered his wits. Then he said with a strange expression, I'm not sure. Several explosions came from his side last night. I went over to take a look, but he did not let me in. I wonder what happened in there. Failed? This was within reason and not surprising. Refining medicinal pills was not guaranteed in the first place. Furthermore, this was the Heavenly Yang pill, a forbidden medicine that had been lost for many years. I'll go and take a look. Right now, Xiao Qin could not come to a final conclusion, so he calmed his emotions and headed for the refining room where Senior Lu was. Go on then. The modification of that pirate ship is at the final stage. I cannot delay for too long, either. Senior Gui had a strong sense of responsibility. After receiving Xiao Chen's spirit jades, he had been working hard. When Xiao Chen arrived at Senior Lu's refining room, he smelled a burning stench coming from a crack in the door before he even entered. Little brother Xiao Chen, you are here. Come in quickly. Senior Lu's excited voice came from inside. When Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered, he saw that the place was a mess. All the tools were shattered, and berserk, baleful yang energy spread in the air. Dust filled the room. Xiao Chen fanned himself with his hand and saw that Senior Lu was in tatters, his hair charred, and his face covered in wounds. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned before asking, The furnace exploded? Senior Lu showed a somewhat embarrassed expression as he nodded. It exploded 3 times and you saw the results. Furnace explosions were something that only low-ranked alchemists would do. When the pill flame was not properly controlled, it would detonate the pill furnace. This was commonly known as a furnace explosion. There would definitely be failures when refining alchemy. However, a skilled alchemist would not cause a furnace explosion. Furthermore, after a furnace explosion, the destruction and danger that resulted were uncontrollable. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he knew what happened. However, he had not expected that the furnace would explode 3 times in one night. Senior Lu, there is no need for you to work so hard. Are you all right? Xiao Qin found this incredibly strange. This was truly too much of a risk. Senior Lu did not care about his life at all. However, Senior Lu laughed loudly, not caring at all. He pulled Xiao Qin forward somewhat excitedly and said, "I'm fine. I feel like I'm about to break through my bottleneck. Your heavenly yang pill is done. Look." Xiao Qin looked in the direction of Senior Lu's finger and saw a bright, white medicinal pill in an incomplete brocade box in the corner. Perfect flame patterns covered the surface of the medicinal pill, flickering with a glassy golden light. Occasionally, a strong light flickered. The piercing light nearly deterred Xiao Qin from looking directly at it. Xiao Qin could not help feeling excited in his heart. The heavenly yang pill really succeeded. Furthermore, it was of perfect quality. When Senior Lu saw Xiao Qin's expression, he revealed a satisfied smile. Anyone who saw their medicinal pill garnering the attention of others would feel satisfied from the bottom of their heart. Chapter 1608. A vast scarlet light leaped before Xiao Qin, looking extremely shocking. Xiao Suo exclaimed excitedly when he saw Xiao Qin arrive on the deck. He laid a total of 3 formations. One is the Dark Night Bewildering formation used to hide the ship. One is the Pirate Alliance's 3-star defense formation. The last one is incredible. Xiao Qin held the formation plate and thought for a while. Then he looked at Xiao Suo and said, "He did not say anything about this. Don't ask either. Just act as if nothing happened." It was like an ancient ferocious beast roaring, thirsting for blood and souls. Fortunately, Xiao Qin had already left and did not know about this. If he did, he would definitely laugh his head off. After Xiao Suo stabbed the pirate flag with the black scimitar, he turned his head and said, "Big brother, Senior Gui is really interesting. This ship looks like a mediocre pirate ship, pitifully small. In reality, it is just a miniaturized 3-star pirate ship. It would have no problem traveling in the real Starry Sea." This was different from what Xiao Qin expected. After the modifications, the pirate ship became even smaller. When Xiao Qin arrived at the secret underground room, where Senior Gui modified the pirate ship, he saw a vast lake below. The lake in the west of the city was densely packed with this pirate ship. Xiao Qin turned around and smiled as if nothing had happened. "Very good. I can tell that Senior Gui is very considerate. However, don't get happy too early. This fellow has a huge appetite. Even for you, lighting up a pearl is extremely difficult. The further you go, the higher the grade of the ferocious beast you need." "I understand." Xiao Suo nodded to indicate his understanding. On the pirate ship, Xiao Suo and his subordinates were busy listening to Senior Ghost's commands. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. He had not noticed this detail. "Let's put this matter aside first. Senior will explain it to me in detail later. I'll go to Senior Gui's place and see how the modification of the pirate ship is going." Xiao Qin entered deep thought and temporarily accepted this suggestion. If he could obtain the protection of this Senior Yi Zifeng, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. To Xiao Qin, this would be excellent. He would be able to get rid of a mental problem. Senior Lu laughed loudly and said, "Good, I'll accept this favor. Brat, if you are lucky and can escape this calamity from the Black Lotus Church, your future will be limitless. I have to accept this favor." The formation plate was pure black with a protruding, ferocious beast carved on it. It looked ferocious, glaring at Xiao Qin. A mysterious, small sword hung at the corner of its mouth, looking like it was alive. "This is..." Xiao Qin keenly sensed that the scarlet light on the formation seemed to be the blood of a real ferocious beast. Senior Gui nodded and said, "That's true. After offending the Black Lotus Church, it is best to leave early. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. The ship has been modified." After Qin received the formation plate of Xiao Qin said, "I, Xiao," and said, "Qin, Qin, when can Qin, Qin, he, I, Qin, can Xiao Qin, Qin, can Qin, Qin, can," and said, "When can Qin, Qin, I have." Just at this moment, News came from the Purple Cloud Pavilion that they wanted to auction a major primal core realm slave. At the same time, he secretly spread the word that this was the black-robed Arhut related to Shao Qin, and his strength was extremely high. All right, then it's settled. However, have you thought about where you want to go? Elder Lu asked a very practical question. This immemorial demon's soul formation was likely a formation from a pirate king's legendary worship. If that pirate king learned of Shao Chen's unique formation, if he didn't have the Sky Sun Pill, he would have to disperse his cultivation and force out some of the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. Purple Sun City was no longer safe. Now, he had already made up his mind to leave. In that world where Lu Ryua lived, the competition was unimaginably intense. Xiao Suo extended his hand, took out the array plate at the core of the array, and handed it to Shao Qin. The other pirate ships also had such weapons. The consequences would be dire, even more terrifying than offending the Black Lotus Church. It was pitch black all over. The color should be a special paint. However, how precious was Shao Chen's time? How could he afford to waste it? He urgently needed to raise his cultivation and strengthen himself, so that he could find a place for himself in this great 1,000 realms. Shao Qin did not delay for long. He asked about his junior sister Luo Nan's preparations. Since the two of them were willing to follow Shao Qin, he let them be. If Shao Chun had time, he could slowly wait and search for fortuitous encounters. Shao Chun nodded slightly and walked over to Xiao Suo. At this moment, the other party was fiddling with the banner of the Black Scimitar, appearing excited and somewhat serious. This was Senior Gui's secret base. Outsiders could not enter. Shao Chen's Yin essence realm absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It would be very difficult to find matching baleful yang energy. Many thanks. Just the major primal core experts of the Black Lotus Church were already terrifyingly strong, inspiring fear. However, would others help Shao Qin? Elder Lu was open-minded and did not bother with trifles, not standing on ceremony as he accepted Shao Chen's favor. Shao Chun frowned slightly, revealing a troubled expression. Our destination is Ancestor Dragon City. However, it is difficult for me now as well. Shaking off the Black Lotus Church's pursuit is the most important problem. Shao Chun pushed off with his feet, and a faint flame flashed on his body. It looked like he teleported as he appeared on the deck, startling everyone. This startled Shao Qin. He whispered, "What is the background of this Senior Gui?" Xiao Suo replied in a similar whisper, "I don't know much. However, I once accidentally heard him mention that he was once a formation master on a 9-star pirate ship. However, when that 9-star pirate ship's captain advanced further and became the pirate king, he left." Xiao Suo had also dabbled in the formation Dao. With one glance, he could tell that this immemorial demon soul formation before him had an extraordinary background. It was astonishingly powerful. Furthermore, it was an evil Dao formation. Right now, none of these pearls have lit up. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul is only as strong as a peak major primal core cultivator. However, it still possesses a ferocious might and cannot be underestimated. Senior Gui handed the formation plate back to Shao Qin. When he noticed Shao Qin's expression, he smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. This formation plate was given to me by the original owner. It has been gathering dust in my hands for more than 100 years. Now, it is time to give it to a fated person. I hope that you can really light up the 18 pearls in the future. Big brother, quickly come up and look at this ship." "Ha ha ha." Shao Qin smiled and said, "If there is an opportunity, I will definitely drink to my heart's content with Senior Lu, having a few drinks to my heart's content." Senior Gui walked over and took the formation plate from Shao Chen's hand. Then he pointed to the pearls on the ferocious beast's neck and said, "Do you see these 18 pearls? When all 18 pearls light up, The Yazi beast demon soul will be able to burst out with 1/10 of its combat prowess when it was alive. Fortunately, most of the existing pirate kings were adventuring in the forbidden seas. She was striving for the highest honor of a legendary pirate king. She did not have time to care about a minor character like Xiao Qin. "Greetings, Captain. Little brother Xiao Qin. What do you think of this immemorial demon soul formation?" Footsteps rang out from behind, and Senior Gue walked down with a smile. The entire bottommost layer was covered in blood-red formation patterns. Light leaped around the complicated patterns, dazzling one's eyes. In the starry heavens, these formations were hard to see with the naked eye, nearly merging with the night sky. Anyone with eyes would know that the Purple Cloud Pavilion wanted to force Xiao Qin to show himself, to make him take the initiative to deliver himself to them. "Xiao Qin, how about you go to the Grave Sea first? I know that Pan Huang's master has a nominal disciple, Yi Zifeng, who is in a sect in the Grave Sea." The Jiao snake seemed to know what Xiao Qin was worried about. It explained, "It's fine. You can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. That person is still your senior brother in name. Furthermore, I know that person. If you expose your relationship with Pan Huang, he will definitely not leave you in the lurch." Xiao Suo smiled mysteriously and led Xiao Qin into the ship's hold. Then they passed through a partition and arrived at the bottommost layer of the pirate ship. The heavenly yang pale was refined by condensing 100,000-year-old strands of baleful yang qi along with other natural treasures. Xiao Suo said, "This is the Yazi, a famous ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon. It has an unyielding nature and loves to fight. It has the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard." Senior Gue's formation is based on the famous great desolate heaven swallowing formation of the great desolate Aeon. Big brother, you can call it the immemorial demon soul formation. Xiao Chen put away the heavenly yang pill and looked sincerely at Senior Lu. "Senior Lu, Xiao Chen owes you a big favor. In the past, I thought that he was just bragging after drinking too much. Now that I look at this immemorial demon soul formation, it might not be fake." That evening, Xiao Chen's group boarded the pirate ship and quietly left Purple Sun City. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I know that. I'm preparing to pack up. After Senior Gue helps me modify the pirate ship, we will leave immediately." When the busy crew saw Xiao Chen, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they immediately reported, respectfully. Xiao Chen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Come with me." Clearly, Xiao Chen's earlier shock was no less than Xiao Chen's. As long as we continuously pour in the corpses of strong, ferocious beasts, they have to be fresh. This immemorial demon soul formation will continuously strengthen. The Yazi beast demon soul that it summons can even possess 1/10 of the true body's strength. Xiao Chen felt excited. Pan Huang's disciple was definitely very strong. Perhaps he could help Xiao Chen block the Black Lotus Church's pursuit and avoid this calamity. Due to the balance of yin and yang, Xiao Chen could form a primal core. Otherwise, he would never be able to break through. If he obtained it, he could obtain baleful yang energy that rivaled a 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. To Xiao Chen, this was a better natural treasure than anything else. Just as Xiao Chen was about to finish speaking, Senior Lu's expression slowly turned grave. He said, "However, I suggest that you leave as soon as possible. The Black Lotus Church's people will soon find out about your whereabouts. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be." Furthermore, no matter how Xiao Chen looked at this formation, it felt very sinister and sinister, inspiring fear. Chapter 1609. Early the next morning, when sunlight shone on Purple Sun City, a Buddhist light accompanied the sunrise and landed in Purple Sun City. The Buddhist light dispersed like a lotus flower, revealing a spotless white-clothed monk. His appearance was delicate and handsome, like a green lotus that was extraordinary and refined. If it were a crowded place, the noise might immediately stop because of his appearance. His natural tranquility could infect everyone. Unfortunately, he had landed on the dilapidated street where the Idle Cloud restaurant was located. The heavy stench of blood had yet to fade. That place had already become the famous ghost street of Purple Sun City. Legend had it that one could hear ghostly wails and wolf howls in the middle of the night. No one was even willing to clean up the corpses. The prosperity faded away, leaving behind only an endless pool of blood and the bare bones of the corpses that had been eaten by the vultures. The white-clad monk held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he looked around with his deep, pitch-black eyes. After a while, he closed his eyes and chanted scriptures. His right hand formed the Buddhist, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, and his left hand spun the Buddhist prayer beads. A holy Buddhist light spread out from his body, looking like a peaceful holy light. When the light swept through the air, the baleful aura in the air immediately expelled it. The air, filled with the stench of blood, became fresh again. Clumps of white light drifted out of the many corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The countless aggrieved spirits of the corpses turned into beneficence and entered his body. When he opened his eyes, they flickered with a bright and pure light. This made his eyes look even deeper, pure and flawless. Then he stretched out his right hand, and his gentle, fair fingers moved. The bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind turned into the Buddhist appearing seal. The scenes that the aggrieved spirits once saw appeared, flickering on the dilapidated street. Soon, the white-clad monk found the scene he needed. It was the scene of Xiao Chun fighting with the crowd, continuously killing his enemies. The scene changed again. The black-clad arhat was escorted by a group of people, kneeling on the ground and continuously whipped, enduring all sorts of torture without saying a word. On the other side, Bai and the 3 old men quickly discussed and decided to sell it. When Bai understood what was going on, she revealed a smile on her face, showing an interesting expression. "Scatter!" The white-robed monk let out a soft groan. The souls that he had just absorbed into his body and cleansed of their sins turned into streaks of light and flew out of his body. Surprisingly, he didn't want the pure, vengeful souls, but instead released them. If a Buddhist was here, he would definitely be shocked. When Buddhists cultivated, what they sought was merit and faith. What did he seek by not seeking merit and converting others for free? Only if one looked carefully would they discover that, as those souls left, there were more than 10 of them. His eyes and fleshly body seemed to have been cleansed, becoming purer and more peaceful. It's a pity that we missed such a good opportunity. The white-robed monk let out a sigh before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. The originally oppressive, gloomy, and dilapidated streets that were filled with a bloody and baleful aura had taken on a brand new look, and it was like a place that had just been born and was filled with a thriving aura. Today was the day that the Purple Cloud Pavilion would auction off a major primal core venerate. After 1 day of fermenting, the news had already caused a huge commotion in the entire Purple Sun City. Auctioning off slaves was not unheard of. However, the people of Purple Sun City auctioning off a major primal core venerate was unheard of, never seen before. If one could imagine having a major primal core venerate as a slave, that would be a great feeling. Nearly all the rich and noble people in the city rushed over, preparing large amounts of spirit jades to bid for the auction. There were even more cultivators who came to watch the excitement. Even if they could not afford to buy it, they could still broaden their horizons and watch the excitement. Furthermore, rumor had it that this black-clad arhat had a close relationship with Xiaoqin. This auction was a scheme by the 3 sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion. They wanted to wait for Xiaoqin to appear and make him walk right into the trap. Given how Xiaoqin protected Idle Cloud Restaurant for his friends and fought many battles, many people guessed that this was a trap. Even if Xiaoqin knew that this was a trap, a fire pit, he would still rush over. The only reason was that he was Xiaoqin, This person had only been in Purple Sun City for a few days, but his name had spread everywhere. Everyone knew the name of the white-robed Shao Qin. Most of the people watching the excitement were actually here for him. In a corner of the upper floor of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Annie Bai and the 3 elders of the Burning Moon sect, the Ice Snow Mount Manor, and the Wind-Chasing sect looked down, clearly seeing everyone in the hall. Damn it, that fellow has not appeared yet. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. The azure-clad old man said, "Don't worry, he will definitely appear. However, he will definitely be able to hide from our eyes and ears. If we discovered him so easily, he would not be Shao Qin." The pretty Auntie Bai said through clenched teeth, "As long as that fellow appears, this Purple Cloud Pavilion will be his burial ground. I already sent out all the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion to hide in various places. Aside from this, the 3 sects also reorganized their forces, transferring over experts from their sections. Not only were there people everywhere in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, but there were also disciples of the various sects lying in wait outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. As long as Shao Qin appeared, he would not be able to escape. This was a sure-death situation. Let's start the auction. I don't believe that he will not appear," the Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man said coldly. The white-robed old man nodded and made a hand gesture. Immediately, someone started to make arrangements in secret. Everything went according to plan, moving quickly and methodically. Soon, the black-clad Arhut was pushed out. His entire body was bound in chains, and he appeared on the platform in a humiliating manner. Whoosh! The crowd immediately turned excited. All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly. It really was a major primal core venerate. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's announcement was true. Many potential buyers immediately felt tempted. The auctioneer smiled and said, "As everyone knows, today is a big day for my Purple Cloud Pavilion. The venerate tied up on the platform will be auctioned off. Everyone, please do not worry about safety. The experts of the 3 sects have already placed restrictions in his body. As long as he resists, he will explode and die. Whoever is his master will control his life and death. Even if he does not want to submit, he will have to submit. My Purple Cloud Pavilion's reputation has always been excellent. Everyone can bid without worry." Under the auctioneer's introduction, the auction quickly entered the bidding phase. The price soared, making everyone feel the enthusiasm and determination of the bidders. However, the expressions of the 4 people in the upper echelon slowly turned unsightly. Even now, everything was still calm. Shao Qin still had not appeared. Just at this moment, a white figure arrived outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. As he stood on the street, he looked extraordinary and graceful. His white monk robes and handsome face, combined with his gentle and serene aura, attracted the attention of everyone on the street. "What a handsome monk!" Several girls could not help praising him, attracted by his face. This showed how charming he was. The white-clad monk looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. His deep gaze inspired wild and fanciful thoughts. No one knew what he wanted to do. Suddenly, the white-clad monk stretched out his right hand with his palm facing down. His index and middle fingers curled together, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from them, forming a profound hand seal. His jade-white, untainted hand was filled with a gentle beauty. Everyone fixed their gazes on that pure white right hand. Everyone was attracted by that profound hand seal, unable to look away. All of a sudden, a golden swastika symbol burst out from the palm seal. Boom! Amid the boundless golden Buddhist light, the vast, simple, and imposing Purple Cloud Pavilion instantly collapsed. The people inside were still excitedly bidding the moment before it collapsed. Auntie Bai and the others in the upper echelon were still waiting anxiously. Without any warning, the Purple Cloud Pavilion collapsed into rubble. Countless people died or were injured in the process. Countless corpses exploded into pieces, and shot into the air. Amidst the golden Buddhist light, blood rained down. Severed limbs flew up and down in a dazzling display. The people around the purple cloud pavilion showed shocked expressions. Their brains instantly short-circuited. They could not react at all. In the next moment, the shock wave sent them flying. The white-clad monk withdrew his hand, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted a scripture. As the scripture chanted, the restrictions on the bodies of the black-clad Arhat buried in the rubble unraveled one by one. "Who are you?" Auntie Bai and the other three descended from the air in shock and rage, surrounding the white-clad monk. Blood trickled down the corners of their lips, and their complexions paled. The white-clad monk smiled faintly and stopped chanting. Then he said softly, "The Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian." The expressions of the three sects, first elders, and Auntie Bai changed drastically at the same time. Their expressions changed continuously: shock, astonishment, horror, and panic. The encirclement around the white-clad monk loosened uncontrollably. They retreated, feeling fear in their hearts, wanting to retreat. Die. However, it was too late for them to leave now. A black figure leaped out of the rubble, radiating Buddhist might. With a shout, he charged at the four while holding the black chain in his hand. Chapter 1610. This time, the black-clad Arhat did not show any mercy. With the support of the scripture, the Arhat did not show any mercy. With the support of the scriptures, not only did he recover from his injuries, but his combat prowess also increased by more than 20%. Auntie Bai and the others were injured by the holy sun Ming Xian in the first place. Their combat prowess had dropped significantly. Furthermore, they were already a match for the black-clad Arhat in the first place. This time, the four were not as lucky as before. They could not escape, and all died at the hands of the black-clad Arhat. Their deaths were extremely miserable, all inflicted by the iron Arhat fist. Their bodies split apart, and they died without a complete corpse. The holy sun Ming Xian chanted scriptures and prayed for the souls of these people. Then he used pure beneficence to cleanse his physical body, making his aura gentler and more solemn, like a living Buddha. 59th Arhat greets the holy sun. The black-clad Arhat performed a cupped fist salute and bowed, not daring to slack off. The 72 Arhats were ranked by strength. 59th Arhat was the 59th of the 72 Arhats. This was not just their title, but also their honor and strength. The holy sun Ming Xian nodded slightly and said calmly, "Do you have any news of the person Master is looking for? Tell me everything you know." Yes. After a while, the holy sun Ming Xian gained a better understanding of what happened. He could not help feeling that it was a pity. He clearly could have captured Shao Chen. How could this 59th Arhat be too arrogant and overestimate his own strength? Not only did he fail to capture Shao Chen, but he even ended up losing himself, nearly being sold as a slave. "Holy Sun, please punish me." The black-clad Arhat lowered his head and admitted his guilt, knowing that he was wrong in letting Shao Chen go. Ming Xian showed a calm expression, not showing any signs of anger. He said calmly, "Let's make up for our mistakes. Now that we know his whereabouts, there is no need to search for a needle in a haystack." The 72 Arhats and the 4 protectors were scattered throughout the vast grave sea cluster. Searching for one person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Now that they knew Shao Chen's whereabouts, they could gather their people. Then, finding Shao Chen would not be difficult. Bringing the black-clad Arhat with him, the holy sun Ming Xian went to the Wanxiang Pagoda in Purple Sun City. That was the place where the wise gathered the most in the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Wanxiang Pagoda was the most convenient way to find out about a person in Purple Sun City. After paying a sufficient price, the holy sun Ming Xian and the black-clad Arhat found where Senior Lu was hiding. Shao Chen must have run away. The only thing he could do now was to find out where Shao Chen had gone. It would take a lot of time to ask the pagoda about such a secret matter, so asking Elder Lu, someone who had a close relationship with Xiaoqin, was the most direct and effective method. In a rather remote courtyard in the west of the city, the holy Sun Mingxian knocked on the door and waited. Since a guest came to visit, Senior Lu did not overthink it. There were not many people in Purple Sun City that he feared. The instant Xiaoqin opened the door, he saw the holy Sun Mingxian dressed in white monk robes. "You are." Black Lotus Church's holy Sun Mingxian. Elder Lu's expression changed slightly. He turned around and retreated without any hesitation. However, it was already too late. The black-clad Arhut was faster than him. The holy Sun Mingxian waited quietly. The sounds of intense fighting came from the courtyard for a long time before it slowly quieted down. For hours later, the black-clad Arhut walked out of the courtyard, carrying his sword. He said he went to the Grave Sea. As for where exactly, this old man is not sure. Grave Sea? The area is already small enough. Inform the other Arhats and the 4 protectors to gather at the Grave Sea. The 2 turned around and quickly left this place. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, Senior Lu lay on the ground. His eyes appeared confused and unfocused. Clearly, Senior Lu had fallen for some Buddhist sect secret technique that lured him into revealing Xiaoqin's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Relying on the speed of a 3-star pirate ship, Xiaoqin's group arrived at the Grave Sea much earlier than expected. As the name suggested, the Starry Sea was the sea formed by the melting of a star at the end of its lifespan. However, in reality, it was not that simple. There would be a starry sea in the center of every astral zone. The thousands of great realms in the astral zone would revolve around the starry sea, using it as the core. Even now, the existence and origins of the starry sea remained an unsolved mystery. There were many different theories. The most popular theory was that the star's lifespan ended and melted into a sea. A star was the center of an astral zone. The peak sects of the entire astral zone gathered here. The places where spiritual energy gathered were 5 to 10 times that of the outside world. Most of the spirit jade veins also gathered in the Grave Sea. Everything was logical, as if the heavens had arranged it. The starry sea was the center, the core of an astral zone. To pirates, the starry sea was where they should go. Pirates who had not explored the starry sea before could not be considered true pirates. The sea was the true home of pirates. Of course, aside from emotions, the greater truth was that plundering the starry sea was the greatest harvest. In 2 months, Xiaoqin finished refining the heavenly yang pill. Then he continuously used the baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy to temper his veritable essence energy, be it baleful yin energy or baleful yang energy. These 2 external objects existed to temper his veritable essence energy. He could not put the cart before the horse. Xiaoqin's comprehension ability was extremely high. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Taiji Dao himself. Hence, he was very proficient in this cultivation realm. With the veritable essence energy, the yang energy, and yin energy in Xiaoqin's dantian formed a Taiji diagram. Such a situation had never happened to anyone before, as only Xiaoqin understood the Taiji Dao in this world. The balance of yin and yang that ordinary people found hard to grasp did not hinder Xiaoqin at all. He just went with the flow. Xiaoqin's cultivation surpassed the yang essence stage and reached the half-step primal core realm in one go. Vaguely, Xiaoqin also touched a threshold to the state of being one with heaven that only primal core venerates could comprehend. One could say that Xiaoqin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 months. Compared to when he was in Purple Sun City, his combat prowess was several times stronger. The strong accumulations benefited him greatly. When Xiaoqin broke through to the primal core realm, it would be a qualitative breakthrough. The benefits of vast accumulations would benefit him for life. In the past 2 months, Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, and Fei had all improved. Although their improvements were not as exaggerated as Xiao Chen's, they were still several times greater than usual. Naturally, all this was due to the many resources Xiao Qin had bought from the Pirate Alliance before he left, spending spirit jades to purchase for them. The pirate ship drifted quietly in the Starry Sea, sailing far away and advancing quickly. The water in the Starry Sea was not seawater in the ordinary sense. It was strongly corrosive and horrifying heavy. When ordinary people fell into the water, they would melt into dregs, leaving nothing behind. The speed of regular cultivators would also be greatly restricted in the Starry Sea. It would be extremely difficult to fly in the air. Due to the huge mass, the suction force was extremely horrifying. It would make people in the air feel like the surface of the water had a magnetic force, sucking them into the water. A pirate ship that could travel normally in the Starry Sea had to be at least a 3-star ship. Otherwise, just the corrosive force would melt the ship, not to mention traveling long distances. Naturally, the oceanic ferocious beasts born in such a harsh sea environment were even harder to deal with. Xiao Suo, where are we? Xiao Chen's voice rang out in Xiao Suo's ears. Xiao Thaw, who was in the control room, immediately answered, Captain, we just passed the edge of the Grave Sea. We can be considered to have officially entered the Grave Sea. Xiao Suo's tone was rather calm, containing some joy. He had not stepped into the Starry Sea for many years already. After leaving the Purple Sun region, Xiao Chen requested that everyone just address him by his name and that there was no need to be so polite. However, everyone felt respect and gratitude for Xiao Chen, so it was not convenient for them to address him by his name. Hence, they compromised by calling him Captain. It was like heaven was looking out for them. When the Black Scimitar pirate ship entered the Grave Sea's periphery, it did not run into any strong storms or oceanic ferocious beasts. They didn't encounter any big storms, nor did they encounter any fierce sea beasts. The sky was clear and boundless, and the wind was gentle and sunny. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. The 2 months of peace had not dispelled his wariness. The Black Lotus Church would catch up sooner or later. Senior Jiao Snake had already said goodbye to Xiao Qin, preparing to search for other fortuitous encounters. Xiao Qin needed to rush to the sect of Pan Huang's disciple, Yi Zifeng, as soon as possible. However, the Grave Sea was boundlessly vast, even vaster than 100 great thousand realms combined. It was truly difficult to find. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach Yi Zifeng's sect, he would need a lot of time. Furthermore, this did not take into account the unexpected encounters along the way, such as oceanic ferocious beasts, other pirate ships, factions that were at odds with the Pirate Alliance, or storms. Chapter 16:11. Xiao Chen came out of his room and went to the control room. Xiao Suo and the others were currently controlling the Black Cutlass pirate ship as it sailed through the vast sea. The Black Cutlass was the abbreviation of the Black Cutlass, the name Xiao Suo gave the pirate ship. Xiao Suo was no stranger to the Starry Sea's environment after his experience at sea. The Black Cutlass pirate ship traveled very smoothly through the complicated Starry Sea. Captain, you're out? Xiao Suo looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen had not shown himself for the past 2 months, communicating through voice projections. Today, Xiao Chen officially came out of closed-door cultivation. A water screen in front of the control room showed the scene of the sea region ahead. Through the adjustments of the formation, the water screen could display a 360-degree view without any blind spots, which was very convenient. Being in the control room gave one the feeling of being in control of the entire situation. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He was not very satisfied with the pirate ship's speed. They had just entered the depths of the Grave Sea, yet another month had passed. Who knew how long they would have to wait to reach Senior Yi Zifeng's sect? The vastness of the Grave Sea somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Suo could tell what Xiao Chen was thinking. He explained The Black Cutlass is already very fast for traveling through the Starry Sea. Even a late-stage major primal core venerate is not as fast as the Black Cutlass. Xiao Qin knew this. The gravity in the Starry Sea was 10 times that of the outside world. Flying on the surface of the sea would not only exhaust a lot of energy, but it would also be very slow. Furthermore, there was the danger of falling into the sea at any moment. The strong corrosive nature of the Starry Sea was no joke. No one would be willing to soak in it. I only hope that the Black Lotus Church does not discover us before we meet Senior Yizifeng again. Xiao Qin knew that this matter could not be rushed. As for the Black Lotus Church, he could only pray. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of huge waves came from the sea in front. The waves were startling, and the aura of a strong oceanic, ferocious beast arrived. The water screen in the control room showed a sharp, black object on the surface of the sea. Xiao Sua's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We probably ran into an oceanic, ferocious beast. Based on this dorsal fin, it is at least 1 kilometer long. I'll go take a look." Xiao Qin did not panic. He quietly activated his heavenly insight divine eye and turned into a beam of light flying out of the ship. He hovered in the sky and looked ahead. The heavenly insight god eye pierced through the seawater and looked down. He realized that the dorsal fin that was exposed on the surface of the sea was only the tip of the iceberg. His line of sight continued to sink along the dorsal fin of this marine beast. After 500 meters, Xiao Qin found a sawtooth shark that was thousands of meters long. This was definitely the largest oceanic ferocious beast that Xiao Qin had ever seen. It was several times larger than the Jiao snake, giving off an even stronger pressure. Xiao Qin withdrew his heavenly eye and said sullenly, "Circle around." This ferocious beast is several kilometers long. Its dorsal fin is just the tip of the iceberg. It is not easy to deal with. Could it be a black star sawtooth shark? The experienced Xiao Sua immediately thought of a certain oceanic ferocious beast. The black star sawtooth shark is a rather strong oceanic ferocious beast. It is born with the strength of a primal core venerate. After it reaches adulthood, it can stand shoulder to shoulder with a major primal core venerate. At the strongest, it can rival the horrifying strength of a cloud sea cultivator. Luo Nan and Fei who were in the control room, quickly provided information about this black star sawtooth shark. During the past 2 months, the two had learned a lot about the sea. It's over. There is no time to circle around. Xiao Sua's face sank. The black star sawtooth shark in the image suddenly leaped out of the sea, revealing its huge body. Its abdomen was covered in black star patterns, the mark of the black star sawtooth shark. The black star sawtooth shark soared into the air and leaped out of the sea. Then, under the pull of the starry sea's gravity, it charged towards the pirate ship. Under the influence of gravity, its huge body shot forward like an arrow, moving at a horrifying speed. "Don't panic. Xiao Sua, stabilize the ship. I'll use the immemorial demon soul formation to deal with it." At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin stabilized the situation and calmly issued orders. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and leaped out of the control room. With a few flashes, he arrived at the top of the pirate ship. The first thing to arrive was the towering waves that the black star sawtooth shark kicked up. The strong waves could kill a regular young essence stage cultivator. They were very mighty and had a strong corrosive nature. Even though the pirate ship had a protective barrier, it could not avoid being shaken and damaged. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grasped the lunar shadow saber. Then, he sent out a resplendent saber light. The saber light chopped the towering waves in half, not landing on the pirate ship at all. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Qin took out the scarlet blood war banner. Then he gently waved the war banner, and the immemorial demon soul formation in the ship instantly activated. A dense layer of bloody clouds erupted with a startling bloodthirsty aura spreading out in the sky. Whoosh! A huge Yazzie beast image quickly encased the exquisite pirate ship. In this huge image, the pirate ship was like the Yazzie beast heart located within its body. As the spirit jades in the formation drained, white bones continuously appeared in the Yazzie beast's demon soul image. Then they connected and formed a huge skeleton. This made the image appear much more substantial. Boom! The Yazzie beast demon soul opened its mouth and welcomed the incoming Black Star Sawtooth Shark. Cassier! Cassier! The Black Star Sawtooth Shark's huge and sharp teeth shattered. Intense shock waves spread out. After passing through several obstacles, the pirate ship at the heart of the Yazzie beast demon soul only shook slightly. There was no need to control the Yazzie beast demon soul. When it fought, it would activate its bloodthirsty and savage nature. Even after turning into a soul, the Yazzie beast demon soul could not eliminate its bloodthirsty nature. The Yazzie beast demon soul had the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard. As it stood on the surface of the sea, its huge body was incredibly nimble. The Yazzie beast demon soul instantly fought an intense battle with the Black Star Sawtooth Shark. Spirit jades continuously drained from the immemorial demon's soul formation, turning into bloodthirsty lights leaping about in the formation. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "What a strong Black Star Sawtooth Shark! Furthermore, it is still a juvenile and has yet to grow up. To think that it can fight the Yazzie beast demon soul to a draw. After all, this demon soul was not affected by gravity. Furthermore, it did not feel pain. It was bloodthirsty and possessed an unyielding character, completely inheriting the nature of the Yazzie beast. Fortunately, this fight did not last long. For hours later, the Black Star Sawtooth Shark clearly lost. It gradually gave out and became completely powerless, unable to move. The bloodthirsty Yazzie beast demon soul started to consume the blood of the Black Star Sawtooth Shark. Soon, the Black Star Sawtooth Shark turned into an empty shell with no blood flowing through it, slowly sinking into the sea. The starry sea slowly absorbed the Black Star Sawtooth Shark's body. Soon, only a skeleton remained. This scene happened too quickly, making one's scalp go numb. Now, they had a deep understanding of the strong, corrosive nature of the starry sea. Xiao Chun waved the war banner, and the formation scattered. The Yazzie beast demon soul turned into countless clumps of light, continuously shrinking. Finally, it turned into drops of blood that fell into the immemorial demon soul formation. Whoosh! It looked like a rain of blood fell in the immemorial demon soul formation. A sinister blood mist rose up from the surface of the formation. The Yazzie beast carved on the formation plate at the core of the formation seemed to show an expression of enjoyment. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. I should be able to light up a pearl if I consume a few more of such huge, oceanic, ferocious beasts. At that time, the strength of the Yazzie beast demon soul will improve further. Before Xiao Chen could heave a sigh of relief, a low, sorrowful cry suddenly rang out in the surroundings of the vast sea. This sound wave shook the surrounding 50 kilometers, causing the seawater to undulate intensely. The waves rolled over the waves, fluctuating violently and irregularly. The pirate ship started shaking intensely, rising and falling with the waves, completely uncontrollable. Xiao Chen stood at the top of the ship, doing his best to stabilize himself. Then he looked around and saw a Black Star Sawtooth Shark, several times larger than the pirate ship in the distance. It floated out of the water and whimpered softly. The young Black Star Sawtooth Shark that Xiao Chen killed earlier might be its offspring. Otherwise, it would not make such a sorrowful cry. As the sorrowful cry spread out, similar cries echoed in the distance. Many black dorsal fins appeared on the surface of the sea. This startled Xiao Chen. This is bad. This Black Star Sawtooth Shark thinks of me as a strong enemy and is calling for companions. Retreat! Xiao Chun landed in the control room and got Xiao Suo to control the pirate ship to retreat quickly. Xiao Qin could deal with one young black star, sawtooth shark. However, there was no chance of victory against a group of adult black star sawtooth sharks. The people in the control room also took action urgently. The image on the water screen showed at least 100 black star sawtooth sharks gathered together. "Captain, the waves are too big. We are too slow." Xiao Suo skillfully controlled the pirate ship. However, the waves grew increasingly larger, and the black star sawtooth sharks were completely pinned down. On the other hand, after the black star sawtooth sharks gathered together, they moved forward in the water as one. "Go down and hide." Xiao Chun made a prompt decision and decisively gave the order. No one doubted Xiao Chen's orders. Activated the Dark Night Bewildering Formation on the pirate ship. The ship turned pitch black, looking like a black rock sinking into the water. After activating the Dark Night Bewildering Formation, the pirate ship silently merged with the dark light, concealing all signs of life at the same time. The pirate ship's 3-star defensive formation also activated at the same time, resisting the corrosion of the starry sea. The ship fell silent. No one dared to speak. In such a life-and-death situation, everyone felt incredibly nervous. Several minutes passed. The pirate ship did not show any major movements. Everything was incredibly quiet. It seemed like the school of black star sawtooth sharks had not discovered the pirate ship. However, no one said anything. After some time in the dark sea, Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. He said softly, "Why do I feel that the pirate ship is still moving quickly? The undercurrents should not be that fast." Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He did not know much about the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. When he heard Xiao Suo's words, he silently sent out his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense was affected at the bottom of the sea. He could not see many places. However, when Xiao Qin saw some of the surrounding scenes, he was so shocked that he did not dare to go down. There were adult black star sawtooth sharks everywhere. This school of black star sawtooth sharks had trapped the pirate ship. However, these black star sawtooth sharks were still moving forward, searching for the pirate ship. However, these black star sawtooth sharks did not know that the pirate ship was already in the middle of them. As they swam, the undercurrents they created pushed the pirate ship forward. When Xiao Qin told everyone about this situation, everyone in the control room was startled silly. This was like a sheep moving with a pack of wolves. They could be discovered at any moment. The pirate ship could conceal its signs of life, merging with the darkness. However, it would not truly vanish. If one touched it or accidentally bit it, it would be a disaster. Xiao Chen turned his head and said, "Xiao Suo, control the ship based on the feeling of the undercurrents. Do not let them touch it, otherwise we will all die." When Xiao Suo heard that, he felt immense pressure. His hands trembled. However, he saw Xiao Chen's trusting gaze. Xiao Suo clenched his teeth and charged forward at this crucial moment. Chapter 1612. In the dark and deep sea, hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks, each of them several thousand meters long, were crazily chasing in a certain direction. Each black star sawtooth shark looked independent, but in reality, their auras were connected to each other. They formed a huge body, looking like a single black star sawtooth shark swimming. This reduced the resistance, allowing them to move very fast in the water. They were far faster than some pirate ships. Furthermore, the complicated sea conditions did not affect them at all. They were simply blessed by nature. Compared to this huge body, the black Cutlass pirate ship seemed exceptionally insignificant. Everyone on the ship felt their hearts in their throats as they focused their gazes on Xiao Suo. At this moment, as long as Xiao Suo made a mistake and bumped into any of the black star sawtooth sharks, the Dark Night Bewildering Formation would be broken. The Dark Night Bewildering Formation would be destroyed, and the life auras of everyone on the ship would be exposed. At that time, everyone on the ship would die. In the quiet underwater world, every second was torture for everyone. How long can the 3-star defensive formation last us at the bottom of the sea? Xiao Qin asked as he looked at Luo Nan. Luo Nan made some calculations before answering. 3 days. 3 days later. We have to surface to repair it. What about the dark night bewildering formation? Fei said that is still fine. As long as we have sufficient spirit jades and are not disturbed or destroyed by the outside world, we can last forever. 3 days should be enough. Now it all depended on Xiao Suo. Every jolt of the pirate ship made everyone shudder in fear, thinking that they had run into black star sawtooth sharks. The ship stumbled along the way on edge. However, they did not run into any black star sawtooth sharks in the end. They are going to change direction. They have already given up. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed that this group of black star sawtooth sharks finally stopped wasting energy after chasing for a long time. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally escape from this dangerous situation. Their hearts could not take it anymore. However, suddenly the entire ship started spinning intensely. Everyone swayed left and right, their bodies shaking intensely. What's wrong? Xiao Suo said anxiously. The undercurrent they're driving is too strong. The pirate ship is forcefully changing its direction. That was to say, the entire pirate ship was still being pulled along. It truly made one feel a bit of despair. They had just thought that they had escaped from the sea of bitterness, but who would have thought that the result would still be the same? Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He started to calculate his chances of escaping if he forcibly activated the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter how he thought about it, the chances weren't very high. The Yazid beast demon soul was still somewhat weak, only equal to a major primal core cultivator. However, this group of adult black star sawtooth sharks were all as strong as a major primal core cultivator. The chances were slim, but he still had to do it because this was the only way. At the very least, if he forcefully broke through, he would still have the initiative in his hands. It was much better than being discovered and having to defend and counterattack. However, when Xiao Qin spoke of his plan, a complicated light flashed in Xiao Suo's eyes. Captain, trust me, okay? I guarantee that I can persist until the end and not make any mistakes. What Xiao Chen was worried about was that Xiao Suo would make a mistake because he was under too much pressure throughout the entire process. Believe me, we can definitely do it. Putting our lives on the line is too risky. Xiao Suo's gaze was no longer perplexed, and it became even more resolute and confident. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and asked, "Are you sure that the lives of everyone on the ship are in your hands? You know that if you insist, I will definitely promise you." "I insist." "Good, I believe you." Xiao Chen did not argue or ask for too much of an explanation. He trusted Xiao Suo unconditionally, which gratified him. "Do your best. We believe in you, too." Fei encouraged Xiao Suo, sharing the pressure. "Leader, we believe in you, too." At this moment, Xiao Suo's original subordinates also trusted Xiao Suo without hesitation. The heavy trust allowed Xiao Suo to completely let go. As Xiao Qin stood at the side, he revealed a smile on his face. After this matter was over, Xiao Suo would probably undergo a true transformation. The people on the ship would become even more united. As the undercurrent surged, the Black Star Sawtooth sharks dove deeper and deeper. The situation became even more complicated. However, Xiao Suo completely let go, performing exceptionally well. Although he stumbled, he did not run into any of the Black Star Sawtooth sharks and did not expose himself. After an unknown amount of time, everyone could clearly sense that the speed of the pirate ship had slowed down. The school of Black Star Sawtooth sharks scattered. The water screen in the control room had been pitch black. After a few flashes, an image finally appeared. Many towering trees grew in the sea region in front. These trees were crystalline and gave off a crystalline fluorescence. It was this light that illuminated the bottom of the sea, allowing the image to reappear on the water screen. Several black star sawtooth sharks swam quietly and contentedly among these fluorescent trees. The originally dark and sinister bottom of the sea formed a beautiful scene under the illumination of these fluorescent trees. Everyone somewhat forgot that they had already escaped danger. "How beautiful! What tree is that?" Faye said affectionately. Not only was that tree huge, but it was also crystalline and gave off a bright, fluorescent light. Xiao Suo startled awake and said somewhat excitedly, "This is the Starry Sea fluorescent tree, also known as the Tree of Life of the Sea. It has a long lifespan, a living fossil of the Starry Sea. We should have been brought to the most mysterious nest of the black star sawtooth sharks, if not for a fortuitous encounter. Even a Cloud Sea superpowerhouse would not be able to find this place. The juice that the Tree of Life secretes is known as the life juice source. It is said that the Starry Sea can give birth to life because of its existence. It is extremely miraculous. This life juice source can not only change the quality of a cultivator's physical body, but also strengthen their bloodline. If I had a bottle of life juice source, I would be able to advance immediately." The crew members on the ship spoke of the various wonders and value of the Tree of Life. However, they were just saying it. The black star sawtooth sharks swimming peacefully in the Tree of Life were not just decorations. This was the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. It was very likely that there would be a chief here. That would definitely be an existence surpassing the Cloud Sea realm. Strengthening the bloodline, improving the physical body, improving the physique, strengthening the foundation, and increasing the chances of advancing would increase explosively. These were the benefits of the life juice source. Every one of them was very tempting. Of course, Xiao Chun was tempted as well. As Xiao Qin stared at the towering trees on the water screen, a light flashed in his eyes as he instantly made up his mind. It was not Xiao Chen's character to just leave these natural treasures like that. He wanted to take a risk. The life juice source was actually the source of life. The various benefits it brought were truly worthy of this title. More importantly, to Xiao Qin, these spiritual trees were extremely valuable in themselves. "Xiao Suo, you all slowly float up first and wait for me on the water surface." The moment Xiao Qin said that, everyone on the ship was shocked. What was he doing? The nest of the black star sawtooth sharks was just ahead. Xiao Chun had already made his decision, but he could not implicate Xiao Suo and the others. He would take the risk alone. Although Xiao Suo was not willing to let Xiao Qin take the risk, he understood Xiao Chen's character. "In that case, we will wait for you to come up. Captain, you have to come up alive." Feeling these people's sincere concern, Xiao Chen felt very warm in his heart. No matter where he was, it was a happy thing to have such a group of people following him sincerely. After leaving the pirate ship, Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and allowed the Buddhist pendant on his chest to bring out its greatest effect. Then, he slowly made his way to the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. There were hundreds of trees of life there. To Xiao Chen, every tree was a supreme treasure. The Starry Sea had an intense corrosive nature. Xiao Chen constantly drained his veritable essence energy to form a protective barrier around him. Xiao Chen could only stay for 1 to 4 hours. He absolutely could not stay any longer than that. He tried his best not to fight. That way he could stay even shorter. With some anticipation, Xiao Chun slowly approached the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. Chapter 1613. Soon, Xiao Chun was less than 1,000 steps away from the nearest Starry Sea fluorescent tree, which was commonly known as the Tree of Life. At this distance, Xiao Qin looked extremely insignificant compared to the Tree of Life. The tree in front of Xiao Chen was not a tree at all. It was more like a small mountain. Instead, the huge black star sawtooth sharks appeared more normal. Xiao Chen himself seemed to have shrunk by 100 times. After resting for a while, just as Xiao Chen was about to continue forward, he stopped. A black star sawtooth shark swam by slowly, scaring Xiao Chen into not daring to move. After the black star sawtooth shark went far away, Xiao Chen slowly arrived below the Tree of Life. When he raised his head slightly, Xiao Chen immediately felt dizzy. This tree was really too tall and too big. To extract the juice from the tree, one had to cut a hole in the tree horizontally. Then, one just had to insert a diversion tube. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chen took out a dagger and infused it with veritable essence energy. Then he inserted it forcefully and slowly cut a hole. Immediately, pale white juice seeped out of the cut, looking very eye-catching in the seawater. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. It did not seem as difficult as he imagined. Xiao Chen took out the diversion tube and inserted it. After fixing it in place, he aimed it at a jade bottle. He had refined this jade bottle before. It did not look big, but in reality it was a storage bottle similar to a universe ring. Soon, juice flowed out of the diversion tube. As it moved slowly, it contained a strong aura of life force, looking very intoxicating. However, soon, Xiao Chen frowned. How can it be like this? The white juice started to turn turbid. Many impurities were mixed into it, making it look very unsightly. Xiao Chen immediately gave up and sealed the cut tightly. Then, he revealed a doubtful expression. In reality, the value of this turbid life juice source was already pretty good. In the Starry Sea, the life juice source circulating in the market was of such quality. Even so, it was still very valuable and rare. However, it was not that miraculous. Clearly, it was not what Xiao Chen wanted. Xiao Chen did not give up. He climbed up the Tree of Life and extracted sap from a higher place. The result was the same without exception. Then he cautiously walked around the other trees of life in the vicinity, but nothing changed. Standing on a branch of a Tree of Life, Xiao Chen looked into the depths of the black star sawtooth sharks, deep in thought. He couldn't understand what was going on. Right at this moment, 3 black star sawtooth sharks passed by. Xiao Chen moved like a fish. With a flick of his tail, he hid among the leaves. He only revealed himself after the 3 black star sawtooth sharks swam past. What's that? He saw that the 3 black star sawtooth sharks had the corpses of oceanic ferocious beasts in their mouths, but they did not eat them. Strange, could it be that he was full? But there was no way to preserve corpses in the sea. Once dead, the corpses of most oceanic ferocious beasts would not be able to resist the corrosion of the Starry Sea. Just like the black star sawtooth shark earlier, its corpse quickly corroded after it died. Let's go over and take a look. The puzzled Xiao Chen thought for a moment before silently following behind, swimming over. Although the black star sawtooth sharks were huge, their mental energy was extremely strong. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he might be discovered. Not daring to get too close, Xiao Chen could only follow from afar. After a while, he saw an unimaginable scene. The roots of a Tree of Life were filled with ferocious beast corpses. The corpses rotted, turning into nourishment for the Tree of Life to absorb. The Tree of Life before Xiao Chen did not have any obvious changes to its size. However, its color was several times brighter, and the fluorescence of its leaves was even more intense and piercing. A group of black star sawtooth sharks surrounded that Tree of Life, crying out softly like they were praying. The sound waves caused the Tree of Life to sway. The leaves swayed, and drops of silver sap fell from the sea like motes of light. Then those black star sawtooth sharks opened their mouths and swallowed the silver juice mixed with seawater. No wonder the black star sawtooth sharks were born with the strength of a primal core cultivator. Eating the life juice source was like eating snacks, continuously strengthening their bloodline. It would be strange if their descendants were not strong. However, such a method was outdated and wasteful. It did not bring out the life juice source's effects to the greatest. He simply swallowed it savagely without refining it at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He understood. Only these trees of life that had received special care could obtain pure life juice source. That must be the case. The color of this life juice source is much denser than outside. Furthermore, it is pure silver. However, with so many black star sawtooth sharks guarding it, Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. Wait, Xiao Chen's mental state was very good. He did not let his emotions get flustered as he waited calmly. Finally, the opportunity came. After 15 minutes, these black star sawtooth sharks left in satisfaction, leaving only one black star sawtooth shark guarding it. Xiao Chen looked around and somewhat understood. The structure of this black star sawtooth shark tribe was made up of small groups of black star sawtooth sharks. Every similar group of sharks should be guarding a tree of life that could release pure life juice source. With this thought, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This time he had struck it big. With a casual look, Xiao Chen discovered at least 20 such groups. The amount of life juice that he could obtain would be extremely horrifying. After calming down, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art and silently swam over. Bang! Suddenly, without any warning, a huge force assaulted Xiao Chen. A heavy object struck Xiao Chen, and his internal organs immediately churned. Intense pain spread throughout his entire body, and he flew back. I was discovered. Horror immediately spread in Xiao Chen's heart, causing it to beat faster. Xiao Chen, who had already thought of a way out, prepared to flee immediately. However, from a distance, he discovered that the black star sawtooth shark only flipped around casually. Then it found a comfortable spot and landed against a tree trunk. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief that had truly frightened him earlier. He had been dancing on the edge of a knife. He was not a match for any mature black star sawtooth shark. What more a large tribe with thousands of them? Xiao Chen's expression turned even more cautious. It was just a casual flip, but one tail swing already contained such great force. Xiao Chen wondered how horrifying it would be when it got angry. This time, Xiao Chen was even more careful. Finally, he successfully approached that special tree of life. Then he quickly swam upstream, putting some distance between him and the black star sawtooth sharks under the tree trunk. As Xiao Chen swam upwards, he suddenly discovered that at some point in time, the surrounding leaves were covered in dense silver life juice source granules. As he swam upwards, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that at some point in time, the surrounding leaves were densely packed with silver life juice source granules. Because no one had extracted the high-quality tree of life juice source, it had already seeped out. Those black star sawtooth sharks were praying below to shake the leaves and make the life juice source granules fall by themselves. What a waste! Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. However, this was a good waste, benefiting him. Actually, Xiao Chen did not know that this fluorescent tree was a divine item in the black star sawtooth shark tribe. It could not even be touched. Xiao Chen made a cut with his dagger, and juice immediately seeped out. Then he quickly took out a jade bottle and caught it. This time, the silver juice continuously flowed into the jade bottle. Xiao Chen quickly took out a jade bottle and caught it. In just a short while, the juice had filled up by several dozen kilograms. Furthermore, it was still flowing in, causing Xiao Chen to rejoice. After 250 kilograms, the speed at which the juice flowed out slowed down. Furthermore, a turbid substance appeared. Xiao Chen understood something. It looked like this tree of life might look huge, but it actually did not have much pure juice. It required a period of accumulation. After the pure juice flowed out, it would turn into a turbid liquid. However, this was enough. However, there were still 20-odd such special trees of life waiting for him. After Xiao Chen sealed the cut, he immediately changed targets to save time. The drain on his veritable essence energy was somewhat horrifying. There was a limit to what he could do at the bottom of the sea, so he needed to move quickly. Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered that he really did not have enough time. When Xiao Chun collected 10 such trees of life, he discovered that his veritable essence energy was insufficient. He could stay at the bottom of the sea for only 1 hour. Am I going to leave just like that? Xiao Chen's harvest was already very large. Based on his initial estimates, he had obtained at least 2.5 tons of silver life juice source. Furthermore, none of it contained any impurities. However, Xiao Chen looked towards the center of the black star sawtooth shark nest. There was an exceptionally different tree of life there. Even more black star sawtooth sharks surrounded the tree of life. That was the tree of life that belonged to the tribe leader. Chapter 1614. After collecting so much life juice source, Xiao Chen already had a good understanding of the black star sawtooth shark tribe's composition. The topmost chief had the best tree of life. Below him were the 20-odd black star sawtooth sharks, which were similar to sect elders, who had slightly inferior trees of life. Needless to say, the sap released by the High Chieftain's tree of life had to be the best of the best. In fact, it might even be several levels higher than that. It was extremely tempting. With only 1 hour left, there were still 10 silver trees of life. Clearly, he would not be able to collect them. At most, he would be able to collect 1 before leaving. Should he use this final bit of time to save for the silver tree of life or take a risk? He could not make up his mind. 3 seconds later, Xiao Chen made up his mind. He would play it safe and leave directly. Today's harvest was already great enough. 2,500 kilograms of silver life juice source did not contain any impurities. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, the nearby seawater suddenly surged intensely. A strong, suffocating aura came from below the largest tree of life. This startled Xiao Chen. He tightly grabbed onto the branches of the tree, not daring to leak out any aura. This aura felt completely unblockable. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered a state of suspended animation. After a long time, when he felt that aura leave, Xiao Chen woke up automatically. When he opened his eyes, he saw a black star sawtooth shark several kilometers long, swimming slowly in the distance. While it looked like it was moving forward slowly, it was actually moving extremely fast, quickly distancing itself from the black star sawtooth shark's nest. Why did the chief leave? Just as Xiao Chen was about to give up, the black star sawtooth shark chief, who was strong enough to casually kill him, suddenly left the nest. Although Xiao Chen did not understand why, it was normal. It could not possibly stay there and not move. Xiao Chen checked his veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy shield, which could last for 1 hour, could only last for 15 minutes now. There was still a slight chance. However, should he gamble? Gamble. The blood flowing in Xiao Chen's body gave him the courage to never lack. Once he made up his mind, he didn't want to waste any more time. He silently executed the fish dragon art. Before those huge black star sawtooth sharks, Xiao Chen was as unremarkable as you. As he swam, the ripples in the water were almost negligible. For Xiao Chen to be able to move freely among the black star sawtooth sharks without being discovered, aside from being cautious, he also had the Buddhist pendant to conceal his life aura. The most crucial thing was the fish dragon art. This movement technique was very helpful to Xiao Chen in the water. If it were anyone else trying to move as fast as Xiao Chen in the water, the black star sawtooth shark would definitely notice the commotion. To others, Xiao Chen's actions were something that even a peak major primal core cultivator would not dare to imagine. Hot blood coursed through his veins. It had been a long time since Xiao Chen had experienced this kind of thrilling adventure where he danced on the edge of life and death. Amidst the nervousness and caution, there was also a little excitement. I arrived. Without using much time, Xiao Chen successfully avoided the black star sawtooth sharks guarding below and arrived at the largest tree of life. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the tree branch and continuously leaped up. When he found a height far away from the black star sawtooth sharks below, he stopped. At this moment, Xiao Qin was extremely nervous. However, he still maintained his calm as he methodically took out his dagger. Dang! A soft clang rang out. To Xiao Qian's surprise, he did not manage to stab the dagger in. How troublesome! This scene was within Xiao Qian's expectations. However, the hope that he had harbored at first was now dashed. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand and touched the tree bark. He felt confident that if he infused his great Tao energy into it, he should be able to cut it open. However, he was currently in the center of the black star sawtooth shark's nest. If he used his great Tao energy at this moment, he would definitely expose himself and take the initiative to seek death. Time slowly passed. The time left for Xiao Qin decreased. He did not have much veritable essence energy left in his dantian. Don't panic. At this moment, Xiao Qian's extraordinary mental state was perfectly displayed. He closed his eyes and entered deep thought. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind like sparks flying. After a while, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, his hands quickly formed hand seals. Magic energy burned in his sea of consciousness as he executed the life bestowal spell in an instant. Whoosh! A Jiao snake suddenly appeared in the seawater, perfectly imitating Senior Jiao Snake's aura. The instant it appeared, it attracted the attention of all the black star sawtooth sharks. Rumble! Suddenly, a foreign, ferocious beast appeared in the nest. How could this be? No sea creature would allow such a situation to happen. Loud rumbling rang out continuously. The sediment at the bottom of the sea, as well as all sorts of remains, surged up with the huge waves. All the black star sawtooth sharks rushed towards that Jiao snake, roaring ferociously as all sorts of auras surged out. As of this moment, the situation in the seawater was extremely complicated. Right now, there was only 1 second. Xiao Qian brought out his great Tao energy and infused it into the dagger. Cassier! It entered. Just as Xiao Qin expected, he infused his great Tao energy and easily stabbed the dagger in, creating a cut. Chi! Immediately, golden juice flowed out of the tree. It's golden! Xiao Qian revealed joy on his face. Indeed, the quality was much higher. The Jiao snake puppet did not last for long. The moment it appeared, it was instantly killed. However, after the chaos passed, Xiao Qin successfully scattered his great Tao energy, dodging this calamity. All right, that's enough. I can't be greedy anymore. After collecting only 5 kilograms, Xiao Qin rationally chose to give up. At this moment, he could leave calmly. 5 kilograms of the highest quality life origin source was already heaven-defying in value. One had to stop while one was ahead. In the midst of a fervent adventure, one had to maintain their final bit of rationality. Boom! However, just as Xiao Qian put away the jade bottle and was about to leave, the aura that made him feel suffocated and forced him to fake his death appeared again. It was the chief of the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks. The earlier commotion made the Sawtooth Shark King, who had gone out, return. Whoosh! Xiao Qin immediately paled. How can I leave? If I leave at this moment, I will definitely be discovered by that Sawtooth Shark King. Xiao Qin already felt the other party's gaze fixed on the Tree of Life. However, as the target was too large, it did not discover Xiao Qin for now. However, once it moved, it would be hard to say. A huge pressure bore down on Xiao Qin. The seawater pushed forward in the direction that the Sawtooth Shark King came from. Bang! Xiao Qian lost control of his body, and the seawater pushed him against a tree. It's here. The Sawtooth Shark King looked like it was moving slowly. However, in reality, it moved extraordinarily fast, arriving below the Tree of Life in a few breaths. Then, it swept its gaze towards the Tree of Life. The target was too small. The Sawtooth Shark King did not immediately discover Xiao Qian, who was blocked by the tree branches. However, the Sawtooth Shark King still did not feel assured. Its strong mental energy turned into visible yellow light waves radiating out in all directions in the water. It didn't take long for the chief of the sawtooth sharks to inspect the entire nest. The water stopped squirming. When Xiao-Qin saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was above the sawtooth shark king. Whoosh! After the yellow light covered the entire nest, it suddenly shrank, wrapping around the bottom of the tree of life and continuing to spread upwards. We are in big trouble. Xiao-Chen's expression changed dramatically. The light that represented the sawtooth shark king's mental energy kept rising like a death knell. At the moment of life and death, Xiao-Chen moved at lightning speed. He stabbed the dagger in the tree and quickly drew a circle. Then he thrust the 5 fingers of his left hand deep into the center of the circle. Intense pain came. Xiao-Chen felt many wood shavings stabbing into his fingertips. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and intense pain was unbearable. A look of determination flashed on Xiao-Chen's face. At this moment, he thought about many things. Why did he put in so much effort? Why was he willing to risk his life? Many scenes flashed in his mind. During the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, his old friends who died one by one, the many lucky survivors of the Dragon's Gate, the anticipation of the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace, and Lu Ruyue, who was definitely waiting for him. I have to become stronger. Cassier! Xiao-Chen forcefully pulled out the entire piece of wood. It was a conical piece of wood. Without thinking too much, Xiao-Chen entered the tree hole in a flash. Then he used his dagger to cut off the tip of the conical piece of wood before filling it in. After Xiao-Chen did all this smoothly, the yellow light soon covered the entire area. Then it continued to spread upwards. I was not discovered. Chapter 1615. The yellow light extended to the top of the tree and then to the roots. The sawtooth shark chief relaxed and stopped checking. Originally, he had only done this for the sake of caution. Anyone who dared to come to the sawtooth shark nest and steal the life source would die even if a Cloud Sea powerhouse came. Furthermore, this place was not that easy to come to. It would be extremely difficult for a strong Cloud Sea powerhouse to hide their aura. However, after running back and forth, the sawtooth shark chief was no longer in the mood to go out to hunt for food. Instead, it lay down under the tree and rested. The tree hole was pitch dark. Xiao-Chen did not even dare to breathe loudly. Xiao-Chen had luckily escaped the sawtooth shark chief's pursuit. However, he could not relax, as his veritable essence energy was nearly drained. In the final strike, Xiao-Chen had relied on the strength of his physical body to stab his fingers into the tree. However, he had exhausted most of his vital qi in that instant. If not for his vital qi merging with his veritable essence energy, he would not have been able to stab his fingers in. Even so, he was still in incredible pain, tired and fatigued. The tree hole was not very large. In the darkness, Xiao-Chen squatted down. Furthermore, he had to seal the hole in place. This position was extremely uncomfortable. While it looked like he was safe, in reality he was trapped here. His veritable essence energy and vital qi were all drained. Not to mention making a move. Just the starry sea seawater would corrode his physical body. Xiao-Chen could only slowly recover and wait for the sawtooth shark chief to come out again before leaving. What is this? Why is it so sticky? Suddenly, Xiao-Chen felt a rather viscous liquid dripping down from his head. Unknowingly, a thick layer of it had accumulated under his feet. When he stepped on it, he could clearly feel it. Xiao-Chen reached out and touched some of it. Then he brought it before his eyes. It was juice, the highest quality golden life source juice. What a waste! Xiao-Chen opened his right hand, and a suction came from his palm. All the golden life source juice in the tree hole was sucked in. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well refine all this golden life juice source. He wanted to see what miraculous effects the highest quality life juice source had. As the golden life juice source seeped into his palm. It melted into his blood and flowed through his entire body. Xiao Qin instantly felt refreshed. The wounds and pain on his fingers healed quickly. A warm current flowed through Xiao Chen's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. His dispirited and weak spirit was swept away, and he was immediately filled with vigor. This greatly startled Xiao Chen, somewhat surprised. He had not expected the highest quality golden juice source to have such an immediate effect. Interesting. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. The natural life juice source in this narrow space gave him an excellent space to recover. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen temporarily forgot about everything and devoted himself to refining the life juice source. As the golden juice seeped out, Xiao Chen slowly refined and absorbed it. The warmth in his body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, his entire body felt hot and scalding. After a while, all the bones and flesh in Xiao Chen's body, including his limbs and internal organs, seemed to endure the pressure of a great, desolate Aeon life form. Even though Xiao Chen already cultivated the early-stage blue dragon war body, he felt intense pain and pressure. However, at the same time, he also felt his physique slowly being cleansed, undergoing a sublimation. The blood in Xiao Chen's body surged even more intensely. He felt very hungry. The blue dragon bloodline in his blood was like a huge, greedy dragon. Xiao Chen's appetite was huge, continuously absorbing the golden juice source. However, it was still not enough. The scarlet dragon seal in his dantian, which had not moved for a long time, actually started pulsing at this moment. It was like the heart of a huge dragon, thumping nonstop. The whirlpool that Xiao Chen created with his veritable essence energy in his palm suddenly spun rapidly. A surge of energy rushed out of his bloodline uncontrollably. That was because it despised Xiao Chen for absorbing too slowly, so it could not resist taking action. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden juice source, which had fallen naturally, flowed down rapidly under the suction of this horrifying whirlpool. Soon, the hole was filled with the golden juice source. Xiao Chen's entire body was submerged in it. The speed at which his bloodline absorbed the golden juice source also increased. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer control it. Half a day passed. Xiao Chen felt that his physique had undergone a clear metamorphosis and improvement. Every inch of his flesh, blood, and bones contained strong energy and life force. His 5 senses and 6 senses were even sharper. Compared to before, his entire body felt like it had undergone a complete transformation, becoming brand new. More importantly, the blue dragon bloodline in his blood became even purer and denser under the refinement of this life juice source. Xiao Chen still did not understand the benefits of this. However, he had a vague feeling that it would bring him a huge, pleasant surprise in the future. At this moment, the berserk energy in his bloodline had already stabilized. It seemed to have reached a certain saturation point. Limited by Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could no longer continue absorbing the golden life juice source. If this continued, Xiao Chen could not guarantee that his physical body would not explode on its own. Xiao Chen had already returned to his peak state. Although his cultivation had not increased, Xiao Chen knew that he had undergone a complete transformation. He had completely stabilized his cultivation at the half-step primal core realm. Furthermore, breaking through the bottleneck of the primal core realm was just a matter of time. Many people would be stuck at the bottleneck of the primal core realm for 10 years, 100 years, or even their entire lives. However, this fortuitous encounter allowed Xiao Chen to advance to the primal core realm much earlier. Furthermore, his foundation became even firmer, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of Xiao Chen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. My bloodline seems to have an innate, irresistible attraction to this life juice source. Now that the danger was temporarily resolved, Xiao Chen thought about something else. although he could no longer absorb the life juice source now. This golden life juice source was invaluable. He should collect as much as he could. With this thought, Xiao Chen repeated the same trick, taking the initiative to drive the power of his bloodline and form a whirlpool in his palm. Immediately, the golden life juice source spewed out again from above and below. Indeed, it works. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. He took out a jade bottle with a large storage space with his left hand and happily collected it. This golden tree of life had an exceptionally large amount of pure life juice source. For the other silver trees of life, Xiao Chen could collect at most 400 kilograms of it before it became impure. However, now that Xiao Chen had collected close to 500 kilograms, there was still no impure liquid. Rumble. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Chen felt the trunk of the tree of life shake violently. The entire tree of life shook endlessly, kicking up horrifying undercurrents that shook the sawtooth sharks in the nest uncontrollably. Kasie! Kasie! The roots of the tree of life rose from the seabed one by one. The 3-kilometer-tall tree of life started running in the water. It turned out that this tree of life was already somewhat psychic. It could feel its blood rapidly withering, but it did not know what was happening. Its instinctive reaction was to leave this place. Xiao Chen's body shook endlessly, unable to maintain his balance. He wanted to go out, but when he sensed it with his spiritual sense, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to think about it. Crazed black star sawtooth sharks surrounded the tree of life in all directions, not understanding what was going on. The tree of life was the divine item of their race. This was especially so for this golden tree of life. It was a god among gods, something that they worshipped. In ancient times, many savage races had a stubborn pursuit of faith. Now this tribe of black star sawtooth sharks was like that savage race, all going crazy. They surrounded the tree of life, roaring in panic. However, they did not know what was going on. They did not dare to rush forward, afraid of injuring the tree of life. They could only surround it and swim forward as it did. Xiao Chen, who was in the tree of life, was somewhat stupefied. He had not expected the matter to blow up so much. If it went out now, it would probably be torn apart by this group of enraged black star sawtooth sharks, not even leaving scraps behind. I have to get the tree of life to float up. Only then will I have a chance of survival. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. In for a penny, in for a pound. He continued to frantically collect life juice source. After killing this tree of life, it would naturally float up. Chapter 1616. After making up his mind to take a risk, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about anything else. Xiao Chen quickly collected the golden life juice source. His surroundings did not change much. The group of black star sawtooth sharks seemed to have gone crazy, surrounding the tree of life and roaring continuously. As if his stamina couldn't be depleted at all, the clan head in the lead looked extremely anxious. It could sense that the tree of life's aura was weakening bit by bit, and it couldn't help but grow even more anxious. Since ancient times, the tree of life had been a godlike existence to their tribe. If it were to suddenly collapse, it would be like how some humans lost their faith. The consequences would be unpredictable. There were several times that he wanted to pull the tree of life back, but out of respect for it, he didn't dare to touch it. He could only follow behind it. The script was similar to what Xiao Chen expected. As more and more of the life juice source was absorbed, the life juice source disappeared. That gigantic tree of life slowly floated up from the bottom of the starry sea. When it finally emerged from the water, the group of black star sawtooth sharks also surfaced. The several hundred black star sawtooth sharks went berserk, creating huge waves on the starry sea. It looked like a terrifying storm. Xiao Chen, who was in the tree, had already collected 1,000 kilograms of life juice source. However, when he looked at his surroundings, he could not bring himself to smile. In such a situation, the moment Xiao Chun poked his head out, he would immediately be torn apart and eaten by this group of black star sawtooth sharks. There would be no second path for them to take if they were to die without leaving even their dregs. What should I do? The life juice source in the tree hole was no longer pure. Xiao Qin stopped collecting it, his expression clearly troubled. In this kind of situation, he really had no idea at all. He couldn't show his head at all. He could only wait for the tree of life to die completely. Then he would see if these black star sawtooth sharks would leave. However, even if the tree died, this group of black star sawtooth sharks would probably not leave. They would think of a way to drag the tree back to their nest. Moreover, if the tree of life died and its bark's defenses weakened, the starry sea would corrode it, exposing him. No matter how he thought about it, the current situation did not seem optimistic. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a disturbance. The life aura of the tree of life, which had been dropping all this time, suddenly stopped and started to slowly rise. This, Xiao Chun quickly released his spiritual sense and saw that the tree of life floating on the sea had tens of thousands of complicated roots and branches. Like tentacles, they all pierced into the body of the black star sawtooth shark chief, absorbing its flesh and blood to replenish itself. Surprisingly, the chief of the black star sawtooth shark tribe, an existence with heaven-defying strength, did not resist. This scene shocked Xiao Qin for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he understood. These trees of life grew by relying on the prey that the black star sawtooth sharks brought. Relying on absorbing the flesh and blood of the chief of the sawtooth sharks to sustain his life, it made sense. However, this group of black star sawtooth sharks were normally savage and ferocious. Unexpectedly, they would go crazy for the so-called divine item. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was more or less not worth it. Of course, all of this wasn't the main point. The main point was that his current situation didn't look optimistic. Half a day later, the aura of the black star sawtooth shark chief had already weakened significantly. However, its aura still gave off waves of horrifying might. On the contrary, the tree of life had completely stabilized, and its life aura was rising bit by bit. Over the starry sea, a flat sea blue merchant ship traveled on the sea and arrived in this region. Black star sawtooth sharks. Heavens! A tribe of black star sawtooth sharks. Quickly go around. Go around. Several dozen figures appeared on the ship. None of them had low cultivations. With one glance, it was clear that they were not the ship's guards. However, with just one glance, they quickly hid in the ship. If it were a regular stormy land, they could barge their way through. However, there was a group of black star sawtooth sharks in there. They could only spend some time going around. Following that, some adventuring cultivators and ships passed by this turbulent sea region. When they saw the black star sawtooth sharks, they did not bother to look. Instead, they chose to stay far away. However, in this vast grave sea, clearly not everyone feared the black star sawtooth sharks. There would always be experts. The sky turned dark. A boundless aura tore through the air and pushed back the countless waves under the tremendous aura. As this aura descended, it forcefully suppressed the vast waves that the black star sawtooth sharks kicked up. Then, this aura merged with the surface of the sea. Immediately, no more waves appeared. The wind was calm, and no waves could be seen. The torrential rain stopped, and the vast sea could be seen clearly. Xiao Qin, who was in the tree hole, felt slightly shocked. A late-stage major primal core expert. However, this late-stage major primal core expert was several times stronger than the elders of the Purple Sun City's 3 major sections. This puzzled Xiao Qin somewhat. After thinking for a while, he understood. The grave sea's spiritual energy was very dense, and the space was of a higher level. The gravity there was also several times that of the outside world. Cultivators who grew up in such an environment were definitely stronger than those in the outside world. It was just like how the Sky Dome realm's martial sages were like paper before the Kunlun realm's martial sages. This also proved why an initial stage black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church could kill the three elders without being able to retaliate, even though he was only an initial stage black-clad Arhat. Fluorescent tree? Master, is it really the legendary tree of life of the sea? However, doesn't this tree live at the bottom of the sea? A gray-haired old man in a long gray robe passed by the sea area with two young men. Without the obstruction of the storm and waves, they could easily see the gargantuan tree of life surrounded by the black star sawtooth sharks. The gray-robed old man entered deep thought, finding it strange as well. He smiled and said, "This fortuitous encounter is really a coincidence. This tree of life has lived for at least 10,000 years. The life juice source in its body is probably of the highest quality. However, even if it is not of the highest quality, it is still rare to see." Life juice source? A clear light flashed in the eyes of the two youths. The person on the left seemed to have heard of life juice source before. "I heard that when one bathes in this life juice source, it can allow the body to undergo a rebirth. If it is a heaven-defying, outstanding talent with a great, desolate Aeon bloodline, it would be a tonic among tonics. Its effects would be several times greater." "That's right." The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Although the two of you do not have a great, desolate Aeon bloodline, this life juice source will still be of great benefit to you. Even to me, it will be extremely beneficial. If the two of you can have this life juice source, not to mention anything else, you will be able to achieve a physical body comparable to a primal core venerates within 2 years. Furthermore, the firmer your foundation, the greater your chances of breaking through. Your future accomplishments go without saying." Upon hearing this, the two youths appeared somewhat excited. The two of them were peak young essence cultivators. It was hard to say when they would reach the half-step primal core stage. With this life juice source, Xiao Chen's future became bright. However, the gray-robed old man's next words immediately chilled the hearts of the two. "However, it is just wishful thinking. The black star sawtooth shark in the middle is as strong as a cloud sea cultivator. The hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks around it are not easy to deal with, either." This fortuitous encounter was indeed extremely rare. However, it was still lacking. The two youths revealed extremely dispirited expressions. They even felt like dying. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man revealed a calm expression, very accepting of this. As one grew older, one had seen many things and experienced many things. The gray-robed old man had once seen an ancient sex Dao tool in a forbidden remnant. Many experts had rushed up and died in it. Sometimes, many things were not necessarily yours just because you saw them. That's not right. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man's expression changed slightly. He focused his mental energy in his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, his gaze landed on the black star sawtooth shark chief. The gray-robed old man discovered that the roots of the tree of life were all stabbed into the black star sawtooth shark chief's body. So that's how it is. A dying tree of life and a cloud sea black star sawtooth shark that only looks impressive. The gray-robed old man revealed a smile. Just as he was about to leave, he changed his mind. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" The two disciples noticed that something was wrong. The gray-robed old man smiled mysteriously. This fortuitous encounter might really be a fortuitous encounter. I'll send a message to inform my 2 junior brothers to come over. Chapter 16-17. Inside the tree hole, Xiaoqin entered deep thought. After listening to the old man's words, Xiaoqin tried to think of a countermeasure. This was an opportunity. However, if he did not grasp it well, he would still end up the same. However, one would die in the mouths of the black star sawtooth sharks, and the other would die in the hands of a sect expert. Actually, there was no difference. The latter might be more miserable, but the former would at least give him a quick death. "Xiao, Chun waited and saw how the old man dealt with this group of black star sawtooth sharks first. Even if the black star sawtooth shark chief only looked impressive, the hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks would not be easy to deal with. Every mature black star sawtooth shark was as strong as an early-stage major primal core realm cultivator. Some were even late-stage major primal core realm cultivators. They were not much weaker than the gray-clad old man. Xiao Chen noticed that this old man and two youths were not on a ship. Instead, they were on an oceanic, ferocious beast. Based on the appearance of that ferocious beast, it seemed to be a tortoise beast similar to the black tortoise. Clearly it had been tamed. For hours later, two red dots appeared in the sky. When the red dots got closer, Xiao Qin discovered that they were two gigantic seabirds with ferocious gazes. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Qin, who was in the tree hole, felt slightly shocked. The sect that the gray-clad old man came from should have a special method to tame ferocious beasts, or a sect that focused on taming ferocious beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two ferocious seabirds stopped on the surface of the sea. As they flapped their wings, they instantly kicked up 1-kilometer-tall waves. A strong wind blew on the surface of the sea, giving off a strange roar. Xiao Qin did not recognize these seabirds. They had hook-like claws that flickered with a cold light. Their wings were like sharp scimitars. When they spread their wings, they were like unsheathed blades. The feathers on their bodies were like steel, giving off a metallic luster. Senior brother, what is so urgent that the two of us brought the two remaining cold steel eagles of the sect over? We put in a lot of effort to convince the sect master. On the seabird, there were two old men dressed in similar clothes to the old man, but they seemed to be slightly younger who spoke. The gray-clad old man smiled and spread out his aura again. Then he forcefully quelled the storm caused by the black star sawtooth sharks. Black star sawtooth sharks, that is, fluorescent tree, the ocean tree of life. The eyes of the two old men on the cold steel eagles immediately lit up. They instantly understood what the gray-clad old man meant. The gigantic tree of life was thousands of meters long, floating above the sea. Xiao Chun hid very well in the insignificant tree hole. As Xiao Chun looked at the two cold steel eagles, he felt somewhat doubtful. Could two cold steel eagles deal with a group of black star sawtooth sharks? However, in the next moment his doubts were solved. He now knew that the seabirds that could fly in the starry sea were all overlords of the sea. The black star sawtooth shark was so strong that regular late-stage major primal core venerates would not be willing to touch it. But in this world, there would always be a natural enemy. That was right. This was the infamous ferocious beast of the grave sea, the cold steel eagle. Its feathers were as sharp as cold steel, and its body was like steel. It did not fear the corrosion of the starry sea. One of its tail feathers was said to be invaluable, hard to find. The two old men jumped onto the back of the tortoise beast and played a small flute. The melodious and pleasing flute music immediately spread in all directions, echoing over the sea, sounding exceptionally pleasing to the ear. When the flute music rang out, the two cold steel eagles immediately entered a state of combat. The cold steel eagles spread their wings and attacked. Every time the cold steel eagles landed, their claws would leave 6 bloody and miserable wounds on the black star sawtooth shark's body. The cold steel eagles' sharp metal beaks could easily peck through the black star sawtooth shark's skin. More importantly, these cold steel eagles were ice-attributed. When their wounds froze, they could not recover. The cold steel eagles moved as fast as lightning. The black star sawtooth sharks could not catch them at all. Soon, the black star sawtooth sharks howled miserably. Blood quickly dyed the seawater red, and a heavy baleful aura spread in the air. As for the chief of the black star sawtooth sharks, which could pose the greatest threat to the cold steel eagles, it was on its last breath. The tree of life had already sucked away all of its life force, leaving only an empty shell. This was simply a tragedy. The strong black star sawtooth sharks could not retaliate at all, and they all dove into the water. Even so, the black star sawtooth sharks could not truly escape. These cold steel eagles had the ability to dive into the water temporarily. The two cold steel eagles worked together to grab a black star sawtooth shark into the air. The cold steel eagles plunged their metal hooks deep into its flesh and bones. Then the two cold steel eagles flew to the side and a bloody scene appeared. The black star sawtooth shark was torn apart on the spot, and its blood splattered into the air. This cruel scene was something that even Xiao Qin could not bear to watch. The remaining black star sawtooth sharks no longer dared to show themselves, all diving into the seawater. Suddenly, the flute music rose in pitch. The two cold steel eagles folded their wings, and their feathers shot into the water, carrying cold qi. Blood spread out, and waves roared at the bottom of the sea. The black star sawtooth shark tribe was utterly terrified, and they fled frantically. The two cold steel eagles achieved a complete victory. After personally witnessing this scene, Xiao Qin understood something. In the future, if he saw any seabirds that could fly in the starry sea, he would have to make a detour. These were the natural overlords of the sea, the starry heavens eagles. The tortoise beast carried the 5 people in the seawater, smiling as it swam towards the huge sea. Xiao Qin, who was in the tree hole, immediately fell into danger. Originally, Xiao Qin was thinking of taking advantage of the chaos to escape while the other party fought the black star sawtooth sharks. However, the earlier battle was one-sided. There was no chance at all. If the other party knew that Xiao Qin emptied out the life source in the tree, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. The 5 people on the tortoise beast chatted and laughed. Xiao Qin, who was in the tree hole, could even hear some of their conversation. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. When the tortoise beast was only 5 steps away from the tree of life, Xiao Qin braced himself and came out of the tree hole. He revealed a joyful smile as though he had been pardoned. He performed a cupped fist salute and said excitedly, "Junior Xiao Qin, thanks seniors for saving my life." Whoosh! The sudden appearance of Xiao Qin startled the 5. Who could have thought that there would be someone among the hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks? However, when the gray-clad old man saw that Xiao Qin was just a half-step primal core cultivator, he immediately revealed a cold smile. "Speak. Why are you in this fluorescent tree?" The gray-clad old man demanded softly as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin, radiating might without being angry. Xiao Qin calmed himself and explained unhurriedly, "This junior's ship capsized due to the wind and waves. Everyone got separated. I was lucky and ran into this strange tree. However, the black star sawtooth sharks soon surrounded me. Fortunately, seniors made a move and saved me." The gray-clad old man smiled and said, "Your explanation is reasonable and not flustered. You did not dodge my gaze, either. It does not look like you are lying. However, do you think that I will believe you?" "I will not." When Xiao Qin heard this, he smiled helplessly. The gray-clad old man was an experienced veteran. It would be impossible for Xiao Qin to use his acting skills to bluff his way out of this. However, it was good that Xiao Qin took the initiative to come out. If he had turned to flee earlier, he would have died at the hands of the 3 late-stage major primal core venerates. When the gray-clad old man saw Xiao Qin's calm appearance, he smiled and said, "Based on your air, you are not a bad person. My beast-governing sect is a righteous sect and will not kill people randomly. Hand over your storage ring and come back with us to the School of Imperial Beasts. After we investigate your identity, we will naturally let you live if you are not someone of the evil path." The gray-clad old man's words were flawless. He handled the situation very well. After living for so long, the gray-clad old man knew that some people could not be killed. He trusted his judgment. This white-clad youth before him had an extraordinary air and did not panic in the face of danger. He was definitely not an ordinary person. If the gray-clad old man could avoid killing, it would be best not to do so. By taking away the other party's storage ring, he would already be able to maximize his benefits. If the other party's seniors wanted to blame him, Xiao Chun would be able to advance or retreat freely, preventing the other party from finding an excuse to make things difficult for him. Sorry, this junior cannot accept this condition. Xiao Chun immediately rejected. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. As the three major primal core venerates watched Xiao Chun leave, they shook their heads slightly, revealing mocking expressions on their faces. Despite being in the starry sea and having two cold steel eagles by his side, he still dared to flee into the air. That was true, he was very cool. When the flute music rang out, the two cold steel eagles raised their heads slightly, locking their cold eyes on Xiao Chun. Then they cried out and spread their wings to take flight. The others climbed up the tree of life and no longer looked at Xiao Chun. He was already a dead man. Chapter 1618. This trip, from collecting the life juice source to now, had been full of twists and turns. However, he did not expect that in the end he would still end up like this. He was truly somewhat unwilling. Little Goldie. Compared to torturing the black star sawtooth shark, this scene looked even more miserable. It was like two ferocious tigers toying with a lamb. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't be careless. Be careful not to capsize in a simple task. It was not in vain that he had persevered until now. In life, there were many things that seemed impossible, but after persevering to the end, one would realize that there was still a way out. After 100 moves, dozens of saber wounds appeared on Xiao Chun's body and blood oozed out of them. Yes, if Xiao Chun could successfully kill this sawtooth shark, not to mention the life juice source, just the sawtooth shark's corpse would be a huge windfall. He had long since become a ghost under the claws of the two cold steel eagles. Whoosh! For the first time, the two cold steel eagles, chasing, Xiao Chun paused for a moment. They spread their wings and glided, doing their best to look into the distance. Two sonic booms came from behind him. Those were the tail feathers of the cold steel eagles. They emitted a biting cold chi as they whizzed over. Noticing this detail, Xiao Chun's pupils constricted. He focused his gaze and seemed to have comprehended something. However, they did not dare to take the risk of flying over the water, so they let Xiao Chun and Little Yellow Feather come over to support Xiao Chun first. This white-robed bladesman has a strong will. To think that he is still struggling. Kacha! Kacha! The two cold steel eagles spread their wings. Their sharp wings were like giant blades. In the seawater, Xiao Chun used his body as a saber, and the two huge sabers crisscrossed and weaved nimbly. Under such circumstances, he would not even have the time to use his trump cards. It was possible that he would be cut in half by one of the cold steel eagles before he could even use any of his trump cards. However, in this vast starry sea, Xiao Chun did not know where the tree of life had taken him. The chances of the black cutlass rushing over were slim. When Xiao Chun landed on the surface of the sea, he instantly caught up. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew his lunar shadow saber. He knew that there was always a way out, not even for a moment. Immediately, Xiao Chun felt the gravity disappear, and all sorts of discomfort disappeared. Little Yellow Feather was like an insulator. The gravity in the starry sea was 10 times that of the outside world. Xiao Chun's speed and agility were restricted. What kind of bird is this? I have never seen it before. However, it can actually fly freely in the starry sea. Far away, the two cold steel eagles and Xiao Chun vanished from the sight of the gray-clad old man and the others. Thank you, little guy. Hurry up and go back. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Seizing this opportunity, he hurriedly healed the various injuries on his body, restoring his physical strength and quintessential essence. If there were only one cold steel eagle, Xiao Chun would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Sua's captain medallion was connected to the black cutlass. Xiao Suo's group could use the pirate ship to sense his general location. As for the cold steel eagle's feathers, they were like steel. Only a few scars were left behind, and they were quickly recovering. Never give up. No one knew what would happen until the very last moment. The 3 elders of the School of Imperial Beasts flew up at the same time and charged at the chief of the Sawtooth Sharks. This was not a miracle. It was just a possibility brought about by persistence. That was all. The saber and the wings of the 2 cold steel eagles exchanged 100 moves in an instant. It gave off a clear and melodious clanging sound, like 2 weapons clashing against each other. The flute music suddenly stopped. The 2 old men behind said, "Senior brother, we are already out of range." The flute music can no longer control the cold steel eagles. But that white-robed youth seems to still have 1 breath left and is still holding on. If not for the high-grade life juice source, which allowed Xiao Chen's physical body to undergo a complete transformation and his physique to be reborn, his combat prowess would have increased significantly. However, there was no time for Xiao Chen to think too much. The 2 cold steel eagles charged over again. Its body was very nimble in the grave sea, where the gravity was 10 times that of the outside world. It was like it was born here. After Xiao Chen's injuries appeared, they continued to worsen. The recovery ability of the blue dragon bloodline was very strong. However, it could not withstand this non-stop chase and fight without any time to rest. Who knew? Little Yellow Feather did not listen to the old man. It continued to remain in the air, glaring at the 2 cold steel eagles. The gray-clad old man said with a grave expression, "Naturally, he is not as strong as the Black Star Sawtooth Shark. However, his saber techniques are indeed excellent. This youth is not simple." With such an obstruction, the cold steel eagles caught up to Xiao Chen, who had been in the lead. Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, stunning him. The 2 cold steel eagles crisscrossed, looking like complicated and sharp scissors. They formed a dazzling saber light that looked like it would envelop Xiao Chen soon. While the cold steel eagles hesitated, Xiao Chen quickly ran with all his might. Then he somersaulted in the air and landed on Little Yellow Feather. Before the cold steel eagles could catch their breath, the 2 cold steel eagles followed Xiao Chen amid the flute music. Just as Xiao Chen was about to despair, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the sky in front. The current situation was not optimistic. Without a miracle, death was only a matter of time. The gray-clad old man shook his head. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Black Star Sawtooth Shark Chief at the roots of the Tree of Life. "Junior brothers, let's attack together and help it end this." Xiao Chen prayed that the Black Cutlass pirate ship was not too far away and could rush over to provide reinforcements. By relying on the Yazi beast demon soul, he should have a chance to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen recalled that Little Yellow Feather was on the Black Cutlass pirate ship. In that case, the Black Cutlass pirate ship should be nearby. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon tail whip. In an instant, the fish turned into a dragon, materializing the stance of a blue dragon emerging from the sea. To the cold steel eagles, that figure was practically insignificant. Xiao Chen could see Huan Shui getting chopped into countless pieces by the saber. Xiao Chen did not believe in miracles. He only believed in himself. Even if he persisted until the end and still ended up dead, he would still use his full power. Splash! Xiao Chen dove into the water, narrowly dodging the 2 tail feathers containing boundless killing intent. From the very start, the 2 cold steel eagles had chased Xiao Chen to the point of suffocation. As the gray-clad old man's 2 junior brothers said, Xiao Chen was indeed on his last breath. Or rather, he had been on his last breath for a long time. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The 2 cold steel eagles did not hesitate to follow Xiao Chen into the water. Splash! Xiao Chen, who had stored up energy, soared out of the sea, reaching several kilometers high. After seeing the cold steel eagles torture the black star sawtooth shark tribe, Xiaoqin no longer had any desire to fight. He could only do one thing: run. Are you kidding me? Any one of these two cold steel eagles is a major primal core cultivator. When the two work together, their combat prowess will increase explosively. Never mind. There is no need to care about him. Even if I do not control him, it is only a matter of time before the two cold steel eagles kill him. Xiaoqin revealed an expression of joy and could not help laughing softly. Furthermore, the tyrant of the sea, the cold steel eagles, lived in the starry sea. They were naturally agile and as fast as lightning. Dang! 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 When the two cold steel eagles saw Little Yellow Feather appear, they felt an innate fear. At the same time, doubts appeared in their minds. The moment Xiaoqin's figure moved, he knew that he could not escape this calamity. Z. When the tail feathers entered the water, cold qi quickly spread out on the surface of the seawater before turning into a thin layer of ice. Relying on the blue dragon war body's strong physical body and the advantage of the fish dragon arts movement technique, Xiaoqin retreated as he fought. Little Yellow Feather was like a golden flaming meteor. Its speed was even faster than the two cold steel eagles. The aura of a divine beast swept toward Qin Nan along with a scorching heat wave. A sorrowful scene immediately appeared in the vast sea. The two gargantuan cold steel eagles and Xiaoqin, who was several times smaller than them, chased each other in an intense battle. Xiaoqin, Little Yellow Feather, said that it wanted to help you vent your anger and teach these two silly birds a lesson. I really did not raise you for so many years in vain. The two young disciples were slightly startled, showing confused expressions. Ignoring the influence of the starry sea's gravity, the two cold steel eagles instantly charged over, stabbing at Xiaoqin's back as melodious flute music rang out. What I find strange is why he is not dead yet. Could it be that he is even stronger than the black star sawtooth shark? When the 5 people on the Tree of Life saw the scene in the distance, they were shocked as well, temporarily forgetting about their proper business. Chapter 1619. Sweat trickled down Xiaoqin's forehead. He felt that the sunlight was ridiculously hot, so he raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. He did not remember Little Yellow Feather being so capable in the past. Xiaoqin felt astonished in his heart. Little Yellow Feather's growth had surpassed his expectations without anyone noticing. Immediately, the sound waves turned into a line extending forward, reaching the ears of the cold steel eagles that were already far away. Damn it! That white-clad youth took all the life juice source. Why does the sun feel so strange today? As the golden light shone, Little Yellow Feather's body blazed with a fierce flame. This was the first time Xiaoqin saw Little Yellow Feather enter its combat state since its rebirth. That's not right. This is just ordinary tree resin. In the entire battle, Little Yellow Feather had only done one thing: get beaten up. The two cold steel eagles looked at Xiaoqin begrudgingly and nodded their heads 3 times. Then they spread their wings and lowered their heads, crouching at Xiaoqin's feet. After that, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that after Little Yellow Feather entered its combat state, the two cold steel eagles actually flapped their wings and retreated. A drop of water fell into the sea, and the surface of the sea became like cotton candy, sinking deeply. In the next moment, the seawater rebounded, kicking up a huge wave. Xiaoqin cautiously pushed off with his feet and landed before the two cold steel eagles. They looked like 2 small buildings standing in front of him. However, aside from that, there was nothing else. Everything was turbid tree resin. Master, there is a tree hole here. Xiaoqin carefully opened his eyes and saw the sun in the sky. This region was incredibly bright, and the sunlight that fell was exceptionally piercing. Whoosh! However, everything had a weakness. Little Yellow Feather was a golden crow holy beast born in the sun. It was born as a fire-holy beast. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the ancestor of playing with fire. Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave this place and watch from afar. Suddenly, two mournful cries rang out in the air. Then Little Yellow Feather clawed the air and kicked one of the cold steel eagles into the sea, not far from Xiao Chen. A turbid liquid immediately flowed out. The three old men frowned at the same time. Fortunately, his injuries weren't too serious. After circulating his energy, he was able to recover. It was this layer of ice that made the cold steel eagle's feathers as sharp, hard, and cold as profound artifacts. At this point, Xiao Qin truly believed Little Yellow Feather's words. He could not help but reveal a smile. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Little Yellow Feather suddenly let out a loud roar. The sunlight fell like snowflakes, swishing down continuously. Hoochie! Little Yellow Feather swooped down and landed on the head of one of the cold steel eagles. Returning to the size of a palm, Zhang Xian stepped on the other party proudly. The other sighed. Forget it. I will go back and explain to the sect leader. This time, I will take full responsibility. They looked more like two children who had done something wrong. Jie, 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 Jie. Drops of water suddenly appeared on the bodies of the two cold steel eagles and fell into the sea. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and a light flashed through his eyes as he came to a sudden realization. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings, and the flames on the sea turned into beams of light that entered its body. The might of a holy beast spread out, scaring the two cold steel eagles into trembling, not daring to get up. Everything in the world really countered each other. Who could have thought that the insufferably arrogant cold steel eagles that chased him all over the world would be subdued by Little Yellow Feather? Senior brother, there's no rush. The two of us will get the cold steel eagles to bring his corpse over. Before Xiao Qin could think too much, Little Yellow Feather shook him off. Xiao Qin was in disbelief. He asked doubtfully, really? A layer of ice covered the surface of the cold steel eagle's feathers. This was why Xiao Chen's saber had only left a few shallow marks on them. The gray-clad old man's expression changed, looking very interesting. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather said that this is its new underling. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather said that this is its new underling. You are its big brother, which means that you are the big brother of the cold steel eagles. Xiao Chen squinted, feeling a piercing heat wave spreading out uncontrollably. As for the cold steel eagles, they were not injured at all. The two youths at the back immediately said happily when they discovered something. Of course, Xiao Chan would not really kick the two cold steel eagles. He smiled and said, Little Yellow Feather, let them go then. Whoosh! The gray-clad old man's figure flashed, and he arrived before the two. The aura of the life juice source lingered in the tree hole. Just at this moment, the previously huge black star sawtooth shark chief sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving behind only a huge skeleton. The well-trained cold steel eagles became restless. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, feeling that something was wrong. What is this? It is extremely turbid. Aside from a wooden fragrance, there is no aura at all. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not help but laugh. Then he pushed off the ground and prepared to walk over. It seemed to be saying, one for each of us. Let's show off a little. Under Little Yellow Feather's deliberate control, the surrounding temperature rose continuously, making the two cold steel eagles feel very uncomfortable. The three old men worked together to kill the black star sawtooth shark chief, which was already on its last breath. The gray-clad old man thought for a while and figured out the cause and effect. Then he flew into a rage. Little Yellow Feather patted its chest. Then it used its wings to knock on the cold steel eagles' heads 3 times. The surface of the seawater slowly boiled, and steam suddenly rose up. The feathers on the cold steel eagles' bodies gave off a flickering golden light. However, That was not the light of feathers, but the light of burning flames. Pu Si. It's ice. A fierce fire immediately blazed on the surface of the sea, covering the surrounding 50 kilometers. The gray-clad old man felt mocked. This time he was in deep trouble. Then the gray-clad old man landed excitedly on the tree of life and took out a sword. Then he narrowed his eyes, and the sword, infused with veritable essence energy, stabbed into the tree. The flute music grew increasingly urgent, and the two old men's expressions turned increasingly unsightly. After a long time, the cold steel eagles still did not respond. After a nirvanic rebirth, they can directly use the energy of the sun? After a long time, the gray-clad old man sighed helplessly. He recalled the smile on Xiao Chen's face when he came out. The battle was much easier than Xiao Chen imagined. The cold steel eagles seemed to have met their nemesis, completely suppressed by Little Yellow Feather, who was much weaker than them. What a strong heat wave! Xiao Chen's skin felt scarily hot. Even with his physical body, he could not endure the fiery heat wave from Little Yellow Feather's body. Who knew? Little Yellow Feather chirped at Xiao Chen and pointed at the other cold steel eagle with its wings. Then it flapped its wings repeatedly, raising its head proudly. A shocking scene appeared in the air. Two cold steel eagles. The two cold steel eagles were chased by the much smaller golden crow in the air. Then Little Yellow Feather kicked the other cold steel eagle down and landed on the first one. It landed on the body of the first one, and just as it got up, it fell down again. The two cold steel eagles lowered their heads, no longer as ferocious and tyrannical as when they chased after Xiao Chen or killed the black star sawtooth shark. This amused Ao Jiao, causing her to laugh endlessly. Just like this, the two cold steel eagles carried Xiao Chen and Little Yellow Feather far away, meeting up with the black cutlass pirate ship that was rushing over. The two cold steel eagles immediately turned obedient, no longer bothering with the flute music. Although the cold steel eagles looked ordinary, water droplets with startling energy continuously fell from their bodies. Loud rumbles resounded, and huge waves surged endlessly on the surface of the sea. One of them had an extremely unsightly expression as he said, "Senior brother, the cold steel eagles are out of control." An old man bent down, tapped a drop, and said after carefully examining it, "Little Yellow Feather on the cold steel eagle's head flapped its wings like it was waving its fingers. Then it opened its beak and chirped nonstop." Without paying attention, Xiao Chen closed his eyes in pain, feeling like he had been burned by a flame. Clearly, this was not ordinary ice. When ordinary ice melted into water, how could it bring out such might? Whoosh! Pa! As the flames burned on the surface of the sea, the cold steel eagle cried out in pain, sounding very miserable. Hee, it's done. Little Yellow Feather wants you to go and kick these two silly birds. Ao Jiao's relaxed laughter rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The two junior brothers immediately took out their flutes and started playing. Gulp. Chapter 1620. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen saw the black cutlass pirate ship rushing over from the cold steel eagle. Xiao Suo and the others stood at the bow of the ship. When they saw the two cold steel eagles flying over, they all paled in fright. The cold steel eagles were a bona fide tyrant of the sea. Just as the group was about to turn around, they discovered something off. Someone on the cold steel eagle waved at them. "It's the captain, big brother Xiao Chen." "Fei!" exclaimed joyfully after she saw clearly with her sharp eyes. Xiao Suo rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Damn, it's really him. How did he subdue two cold steel eagles when he was collecting life juice source?" When Xiao Chen landed on the pirate ship, he quickly ordered Xiao Suo to turn around. By now, the beast-governing sex people should have already discovered something wrong. After suffering such a great loss, he had to be careful if he ran into them in the future. Half a day later, the beast-governing sex people still had not found them. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to avoid this calamity. Captain, the pirate ship has been at the bottom of the sea for too long. Many parts are severely corroded. Some parts are even damaged. Its speed, defense, and performance are not in their best condition. Xiao Suo came over and reported to Xiao Chen on the ship's current condition. That made sense. A school of black star sawtooth sharks dragged the ship around the bottom of the sea. Even with the protection of formations, it would be hard to avoid damage. Is there no way to repair it? Xiao Chen asked when he raised his head. Logically speaking, the ship would definitely have a specialized mechanic. Furthermore, the crew members had a deep understanding of the ship's structure and a certain degree of repairability. It is a simple problem. We can make do with it. However, we are all amateurs when it comes to certain things. The workmanship of the pirate ship is very complicated. It involves formations, refining, structural principles, metal theory, and many other things. Xiao Suo smiled bitterly and shook his head as he explained. Xiao Qin now understood. He had indeed oversimplified things. Xiao Suo suggested, "We need to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance or some large port to find specialized people to repair it. That's all we can do." The journey was delayed again. Xiao Chen felt helpless and sighed softly. The main purpose of this trip was to avoid the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church and go to the sect where Yu Zifeng was. The journey was extremely long. Let's put this topic aside for now. Xiao Suo, distribute 50 kilograms of life juice source to everyone. Xiao Qin took out 50 kilograms of silver life juice source and handed it to Xiao Suo for him to distribute to the many crew members on the warship. Life juice source. What a pure life juice source! It is silver. This is a superior grade life juice source. The crew members of the pirate ship were extremely excited and overjoyed. The life juice source was worth cities. Its effects went without saying. It was not something these crew members could enjoy. In fact, it would be hard for them to even see it. However, today not only did Xiao Qin see it, but he even got a share of the life juice source. His joy was naturally indescribable. "Captain, you really collected the life juice source." Xiao Suo looked at Xiao Chen incredulously, filled with respect. Xiao Chen dared to take the risk in the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. Just this courage alone was convincing. To think that Xiao Chen really managed to obtain the life juice source. Xiao Chen nodded. Then he looked at Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, and Fabe "Come with me." After entering the captain's quarters and verifying that there was no one else, Xiao Chen took out 150 kilograms of golden life juice source and distributed it to the three. As Xiao Suo's cultivation was higher, he could absorb more, so he gave him an extra 25 kilograms. This is too precious. Captain, we cannot take it. Right. Just give us the silver life juice source. Captain, you should use this for yourself. 50 kilograms per person is too much. We simply cannot afford it. Xiao Suo, Fei and Luo Nen were all stunned. The silver life juice source was already shocking enough for them. Who could have imagined that after Xiao Chen entered, he would give them the golden life juice source? They had never heard of it before. It could be imagined that its rarity and preciousness had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Chen was willing to take out so much golden life juice source for them to use. This was simply unimaginable. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Take it. My harvest on this trip is greater than you can imagine. Since you are following me, naturally I will not mistreat you. If you become stronger, you will be of greater help to me." After dismissing all their worries, the three excitedly put away the golden life juice source and rushed back to absorb and refine it. Needless to say, after absorbing this life juice source, the ordinary crew members, Xiao Suo and Luo Nen, would experience a qualitative breakthrough. The three walked out of the captain's quarters and arrived at the pirate ship's observation deck. Then Xiao Chun waved his hand, and Little Yellow Feather came down with the cold steel eagles. Xiao Chun smiled and took out the golden life juice source, feeding it to the 2-meter-long cold steel eagles. Following this, the 2-meter-long cold steel eagles still had great use. He needed them to hunt ferocious beasts to replenish the immemorial demon soul formation. Xiao Chun needed to light up a pearl quickly to strengthen the Yazi beast demon soul. At that time, the combat prowess of the entire pirate ship would increase significantly. As for Little Yellow Feather, it sniffed the golden life juice source and drank it like it was water. It even shook its head to indicate that it did not taste good. Little Yellow Feather did not react at all. This made Xiao Chen's heart ache, wasting a significant amount of life juice source. This was because Little Yellow Feather was a pure-blooded golden crow, a holy beast. It was a holy beast equal to a pure-blooded blue dragon. Its level of life was already as high as it could get. Of course, the life juice source was useless to it. All it needed was time to grow slowly. Then, it would occasionally recall the memories its seniors left in its bloodline. Its strength could grow rapidly without any bottlenecks. There was no need to cultivate. In the end, its strength would even break through the sky. It was an innate existence that made people envious. However, Xiao Chen also found this strange. Back then, he had found that golden crow egg under the longevity tree in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. Could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord have purposely left it behind to give Xiao Chen a helper in this epic? Of course, there could be other reasons as well. 3 days later, Xiao Chun bathed in the golden life juice source a few more times. His physical body underwent a constant cleansing, and his physique continuously improved. He vaguely felt a strong energy rushing through his blood as it flowed in his body. Xiao Chen's body became firmer, and his originally thin blue dragon bloodline became much denser. After refining and absorbing close to 250 kilograms of golden life juice source, Xiao Chen discovered that his physical body had also gradually adapted to the harsh environment of the Starry Sea. His speed and movement technique had already recovered to half the standard of the outside world, making him feel very gratified. In the future, when he met the cold steel eagles, he would not have to waste them like that. Of course, the cold steel eagles were already his pets. Right now, my physical body is already among the best among the primal core venerates in the Grave Sea. Major primal core venerates are not much stronger than me. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling his entire body fill with energy. However, to his surprise, the greatest change brought about by the life juice source was not him. Instead, it was Luo Nan and Fei Er. These two's physical bodies did not seem to have absorbed any precious natural treasures before. The effect of the life juice source was a true rebirth, a heaven-defying change of fate. The two had successfully broken through the Yang Essence stage and reached the half-step primal core realm, becoming several levels stronger. When Xiao Chun learned of this, he was stunned at first. Then he understood. Everyone's body had a resistance to medicine. The first time one consumed a natural treasure, the effects would definitely be the best. Furthermore, their cultivations were not high, and their accumulations were not as deep as Xiao Chen's. It was reasonable for them to have such a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Sua's improvement was also gratifying. He successfully advanced to peak minor primal core realm under the influence of the life juice source. Under the influence of the life juice source, Xiao Sua's physique continuously strengthened, cleansing it several times. Now his combat prowess was no weaker than a primal core venerate who grew up in the Grave Sea. The effects of the highest quality life juice source were truly startling. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. After a year or so, the follow-up effects of the life juice source would gradually show. The combat prowess of the entire crew of the ship would increase significantly. So, Xiao Chen took out some of the life juice source, making Xiao Sua and the others feel extremely grateful. "Captain, we will arrive at the nearest pirate alliance in another 7 days. Xiao Suo reported. After a round of consolidation, Xiao Suo's aura was even denser than before. His strength had increased significantly. At that time, we can ask around and find out which sect this senior Yi Zifeng is in. Captain can also take the opportunity to take part in the test and raise your rank. Xiao Suo suggested to Xiao Qin, after a captain raises his rank, there will be many benefits and many privileges in the Pirate Alliance. Chapter 16:21. Xiao Suo's suggestion made Xiao Qin sink into deep thought. To be honest, he did not intend to be a pirate for the rest of his life. Xiao Qin's goal was very clear and had never changed. He wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City. He wanted to meet Lu Ruyue and become the Dragon Emperor, reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. If Xiao Qin got too deeply involved in the Pirate Alliance, it would be difficult for him to escape in the future. We'll see. Right now, the overall performance of the Black Cutlass is comparable to a 3-star pirate ship. There is no need to rush for now. Xiao Suo was slightly disappointed when he heard this. He could tell that Xiao Chen was not interested in this. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and said softly, "Sooner or later I will leave. I will return this ship to you. Don't give up on what you once held on to. However, big brother, I have already sworn to follow you for the rest of my life," Xiao Suo said sincerely with a slightly nervous expression. Xiao Qin smiled. "Don't think too much. Following me doesn't mean that you have to follow me all the time. I believe that sooner or later you will have the ability to take charge and become a 9-star pirate or even a pirate king." Xiao Suo smiled in embarrassment. He did not take Xiao Suo's word seriously. Being a 9-star pirate was already out of his reach, not to mention a pirate king. 6 days later, the Black Cutlass pirate ship slowed down in the Grave Sea, slowly approaching the Pirate Alliance on the sea map. In the captain's cabin, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. His physical body had been cleansed by the golden life juice source again. There was no more room for improvement. Compared to before he refined the life juice source, his physique had already undergone a qualitative leap. Right now, Xiao Chen's physical body was already comparable to that of a major primal core cultivator. It was not much stronger. Of course, the major primal core venerates here referred to the major primal core venerates that grew up in places like the Grave Sea. This was not the major primal core of a small place like Purple Sun City. Right now, the strongest aspect of his body was his physical body. Xiao Chen's vital qi could already condense 3 cauldron force. When he punched out, it was 3 cauldron force easily and without any pressure. The second was saber skills. After arriving in the Great Thousand Realms, aside from breaking through to small perfection in Great Tao energy, Xiao Chen had not made much progress with the saber Tao. Finally, it was cultivation. The quintessential essence of the half-step primal core realm was still a little lacking in terms of realm. Even though he had a deep and solid foundation, his cultivation realm was still very low. Compared to the peak minor primal core Xiao Suo, Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy was somewhat inferior. However, if Xiao Chen broke through to the half-step primal core realm, the energy that he would erupt with would be even more horrifying. Their current weakness was just a result of their accumulation. My overall strength should not be much weaker than the Black Lotus Church's Arhats. Including my trump cards, I should be able to fight them. Xiao Chen mumbled to himself thoughtfully. "Captain, we are almost at the pirate hull. Come out for a walk." Fei walked into the captain's cabin and said to Xiao Chen, according to the sea chart, the Pirate Alliance's base was 50 kilometers ahead. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He pushed open the door and went to the highest observation deck of the ship. Whoosh! Suddenly, sonic booms rang out above the pirate ship. A few figures flew over the group at high speed. Those who dared to fly in the starry sea were all peak experts. At the very least, without sufficient veritable essence energy, they would not dare to fly. The group glanced at the pirate ship below. Then they did not linger. quickly leaving. After a while, 7 or 8 groups of cultivators flew past the pirate ship one after another, heading for the island where the pirate alliance was. Xiao Qin found this somewhat strange. This is strange. Where did so many people come from? Why are they wasting veritable essence, energy, flying above the starry sea? Are there no ships? Xiao Sua explained to Fei below, these people are not pirates. Their ships cannot stop near the pirate alliance. However, the pirate alliance does not forbid them from coming alone. Feeling confused, Fei asked, they are not pirates. What are they doing at the pirate alliance? Xiao Sua smiled and replied, some are here to buy and sell goods, some are here to make a name for themselves, and some are just here to watch the excitement. The pirate alliance in the starry sea is not as peaceful as Purple Sun City. Do you think of it as a chaotic city that does not have as many rules as the righteous Dao sects? It is just a free city in the sea. Feeling curious, Fei asked, they can make a name for themselves? Can we do that as well? An old sailor laughed loudly and said, the people of the righteous Dao use us to make a name for themselves. Naturally, we can use these people to make a name for ourselves as well. However, it will be a bad reputation. Hee hee. Xiao Sua nodded and said, that's right. What does the pirate alliance have the most? Naturally, it has the most pirates. There are also some bandits and experts of the evil Dao who like to gather here. There is a wrestling ring in the pirate hall. If one can defeat a strong pirate or an expert of the evil Dao here, one will quickly become famous. Furthermore, one can even benefit from it. It is precisely because of this uniqueness that the Pirate Alliance can stand on its own, becoming a unique place of interest in the vast sea. It attracts people from all walks of life, from the righteous Dao and the evil Dao, to gather here. Fei stuck out her tongue and said, so that's how it is. It feels rather interesting. Xiao Sua turned his head and smiled. Little girl, I think you have the potential to become a great pirate. Luo Nan quickly stepped forward and said, don't speak nonsense. Don't lead my Fei astray. Xiao Sua guffawed and said unconcernedly, I'm just saying it casually. Look at how nervous you are. On the tall watchtower, Xiao Chan leaned back gently, and the cycle throne in his clothes appeared from nowhere. Then he leaned comfortably on it. Xiao Qin looked into the distance. A blue that had already appeared at the limits of his vision. That was the Pirate Alliance. I heard that 2 rank 3 sect disciples from different blessed lands are going to fight it out at the Pirate Alliance's gathering point. Interesting. No wonder there are so many people coming and going. It turns out that there is something interesting to watch. There are 3 blessed lands in the Grave Sea. Those who can establish their sect in a blessed land are the peak existences of rank 3 sections. These 2 people are definitely not simple. That's right. These 2 people have the bloodlines of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Among the younger generation of their respective blessed lands, they rank within the top 100. Up on the watchtower, Xiao Chen's senses were extremely sharp after continuously strengthening his physical body. He heard some interesting topics. During the Immortal epoch, blessed lands referred to the places where Earth immortals resided. Naturally, there were no immortals in the martial epoch. The ones occupying the blessed lands were the outstanding talents of their respective sections. They had to go through intense competition before they could enter the blessed lands. There were a total of 3 blessed lands in the Grave Sea, the Patala Mountain, the Black Cave Mountain, and the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. Every single blessed abode was renowned far and wide, and their statuses were extraordinary. Rank 3 sects could only enter one of these blessed lands to raise their sect's rank to the stronger rank 4. The sect of Senior Pan Huang's in-name disciple should be in one of these 3 blessed lands. Aside from repairing the pirate ship, Xiao Chun had another reason for coming to the Pirate Alliance. He wanted to find out which blessed land Yi Zifeng's sect was in. Upon hearing the conversation of these people, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. If these two blessed land disciples were from the same blessed land as Yi Zifeng, perhaps he could enter Yi Zifeng's sect ahead of time. "Captain, we have arrived," Xiao Sua called out to Xiao Qin from the deck. Xiao Qin nodded and leaped down. The throne returned to his clothes, and he landed firmly on the deck. The group of four headed for the pirate hull. The other crew members piloted the pirate ship to the harbor for repairs. This was not Xiao Chen's first time at the pirate hull. He was not surprised by the many palaces, which rose and fell, surrounded by palace walls. Although it was called the pirate hull, it was actually a pirate city. One should not be fooled by the name. At the entrance of the pirate hall, one could enter for free with the captain medallion. If one was not a pirate, one would have to pay extra spirit jades to enter. Furthermore, it was not cheap. Xiao Chen watched the endless stream of people entering. Every outsider handed over 1,000 inferior grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. This pirate alliance earned spirit jades really easily. I wonder if there are any envious factions that want to compete with them? Chapter 16:22. After handing over the captain token and verifying their identities, Xiao Chen's group successfully entered the pirate hull. Majestic statues stood at the entrance of every pirate hull. Every pirate that passed by would stare at them for a long time. The legendary Pirate King was the highest honor in every pirate's heart. One of them had a bushy beard and a muscular figure. He held a scarlet pirate banner in his hand. This was the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Xiao Chen observed for a while before walking to a quiet corner. Then he said to the three, "After drifting at sea for so many days, let's split up first. We will meet back here 4 hours later." Everyone agreed to this suggestion. This was especially so for Xiao Sua, who felt exceptionally excited. After Luo Nan and Fei Er left, Xiao Chen called out to Xiao Sua and handed him a stack of paper. Xiao Sua received it and took a look. Each piece of paper had 2 or 3 strange talisman scripts drawn on it. He could not understand them at all. "What is this? Why is it so messy?" Xiao Qin smiled and retorted, "Messy? Messy is right. These are the talisman scripts carved on the Scarlet Blood War banner. I copied them all. They should be some kind of language. Go and find someone in this field to decipher them. Remember, don't just decipher them in one place. Look for several places." Xiao Sua immediately became excited. "All right, leave this to me. I will definitely do it well." There's no rush. The clues left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King are definitely not easy to find. In any case, no matter what the results are, we will meet back here in 2 hours. "All right, I got it." Xiao Sua left excitedly with a smile. Everyone left, leaving only Xiao Qin alone. As he looked at the palace buildings in the pirate city, Xiao Qin had his own purpose. He wanted to scout out information. He did not have much information in Purple Sun City, so he should be able to find some useful information here. "This young hero, is this your first time in the Grave Seas Pirate Hall?" A person who acted friendly walked over to Xiao Qin and put on a smile, doing his best to make himself appear friendly. Xiao Qin sized up this person. This person wore azure clothes and was only a young essence stage cultivator. He looked ordinary and did not have anything extraordinary about him. There were many such people at the entrance. Every time an outsider came in, these people would go over. In his previous world, these people were called tour guides. They guided strangers who were not pirates to quickly familiarize themselves with the pirate hull. However, most of these people went to the primal core venerates. Few would take the initiative to chat with half-step primal core venerates. The reason was very simple. Those with a high cultivation base would definitely have a rich family background, and those with a rich family background would definitely be generous. Hee, don't think too much, young hero. I live nearby. When I am free, I will stand guard here and help an outsider like young hero familiarize himself with the pirate hall, collecting a small payment. Young hero, don't worry. Aside from Wrestling City, fighting is prohibited in the pirate hall. I will never murder for money. My name is Wang Feng. Young hero can just call me Little Wang." The azure-clad Wang Feng said a lot in one breath, feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. He had good eyesight and could tell that the white-clad person before him had an extraordinary background and was not an ordinary half-step primal core cultivator. This would be a Si Zhao's union. This kind of family background was extraordinary, and they were definitely elite disciples of third-grade sections. They might even have come from some heavenly paradise. The Jianghu experience was less, but the rewards were greater. "Your eyesight is not bad, but you still need to practice. I'm a pirate." Xiao Qin took out the captain's token and waved it in front of the man. The azure-clothed man could not help feeling surprised. He had not expected Xiao Qin to be a pirate. Xiao Qin could not help feeling disappointed. As long as the members of the Pirate Alliance went to the main hall of the Pirate Hall, there would be someone there to guide them. There was no profit to be made. "However, I do need someone to lead the way for me right now. Let me ask you, where can I find information in this pirate hall?" These last words made the green-robed man quite happy. He rolled his eyes and smiled. "You are asking the right person. The Wanxiang Pagoda is definitely the best place to ask for information. However, our pirate alliance is not bad either. Just in this grave sea alone, we have more than 100 strongholds of various sizes. Cut the crap. Bring me there, and you'll be rewarded." Xiao Chun went straight to the point and interrupted the man's long-winded speech. The green-clothed man smiled happily and said, "All right, I'll take you there now." Having business to do was a good thing. He would be able to make a lot of money again. Indeed, with someone familiar leading the way, Xiao Qin could save a lot of time. Wang Feng led Xiao Qin through many turns. Soon, they stopped in front of a tower. The West Wind Tower, the place where the Pirate Alliance gathers information. It is not open to the public. You have the captain's token, so there should be no problem entering. The green-clothed man pointed at the tower and smiled. "What other instructions do you have?" "It's fine, I'll wait here." "In that case, wait here first." Xiao Chun strode towards the West Wind Tower. The entrance was heavily guarded, conducting a strict check on Xiao Qin. However, when checking the captain's token, the guard appeared rather casual, only giving it a cursory glance. "Your captain's token is not up to standard. You can only go to the first floor and not the floors above." The guard had a dark expression as he handed Xiao Chen's captain's token to Xiao Qin. "Is there a difference?" "Naturally there is. You will know after you go in." Xiao Qin entered the first floor, feeling puzzled. Then he was directed to a booth with a small window. A lazy voice came from the other side of the window. "Ask away. What do you want to know?" After walking over and sitting down, Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, "I would like to know if there is a person called Yi Zifeng in the Grave Sea." "If there is, there is." The voice in the window answered decisively. Then it laughed sinisterly and said, "Good. You are done with your free questions. Next, you will have to pay spirit jades for every question you ask. Don't complain. Your level is too low. You only have one free question." The interrupted Xiao Chun was speechless. He asked sullenly, "Which sect is Senior Yi Zifeng in? How far is it from here?" "Hee. Young man, these are 2 questions. Each question costs 10,000 spirit jades." The old man speaking inside laughed and did not say anything more. "Good. Let's change the question. I would like to know Senior Yi Zifeng's detailed information." Xiao Chun handed over the spirit jades, feeling somewhat upset. This number was somewhat too large. The old man's attitude seemed like he was toying with Xiao Qin. If this continued, he would end up paying even more spirit jades. A hand stretched out from the window and quickly took away the spirit jades. Then it said, "This question costs another 40,000 spirit jades." This is never-ending. Xiao Chen's face sank. "Are you messing with me?" Don't lose your temper with me. This is the rule set by the Pirate Alliance. The value of your question is much greater than the previous two. Young man, don't play word games with me. Bang! The window directly shattered. Xiao Chun had punched it and stretched out his hand to grab the old man inside. Pala! Clearly, the old man inside had not expected Xiao Chun to be so tyrannical. Xiao Chun attacked without any warning. Caught off guard, the old man was immediately pulled out and fell to the ground. Behind the window were rows of bookshelves with all sorts of information on them. Aside from that, there was no one else. You dare to attack me? The wizened old man on the ground glared at Xiao Chun in rage. You are just an insignificant, half-step primal core cultivator, and you dare to be so arrogant? You are seeking death. Whoosh! The old man's figure flashed, and he leaped up from the ground and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and countered with a punch, instantly erupting with 3 cauldron force. The crafty old man vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiao Chun knocked him back. He was an early-stage, minor, primal core venerate, yet he could not receive one move from Xiao Chun. As the old man looked at Xiao Chun, he could not help revealing a horrified expression. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, You inexperienced brat! How dare you make a move here? Quickly apologize. Otherwise, you will not be able to walk out of the West Wind Tower. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a cold smile as he said indifferently, There is no need for you to care about my matters. Before the West Wind Tower's people arrive, speak properly. A formless aura spread out, and the crafty old man shivered. He saw a terrifying killing chi in Xiao Chen's cold eyes. The old man's heart sank for some reason as he felt a terrifying danger encasing him. All right, I'll speak. The crafty old man's eyes flickered as he chose to endure the humiliation first. The crafty old man said, Yi Zifeng, one of the 10 great saber venerates of the Grave Sea. His cultivation is extremely horrifying, having reached the Starry Sky realm long ago. Star Venerate? That's right. The Cloud Sea realm has 3 stages: the Starry Sky realm, the Holy Light realm, and the Sovereign realm. Starry Sky realm cultivators are called Star Venerates, Holy Light realm cultivators are called Holy Venerates, and Sovereign realm cultivators are called Sovereign Personages. Sovereign Personages have reached the limits of mortals. If they advance further, they will break free from the limits of mortals and reach another level. Xiao Chun had read about the cultivation realms of the Great Thousand Realms. The moment the old man said this, he recalled it. Above the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. After opening a divine vein, one would be considered to have reached the demigod realm. Xiao Chun nodded and said, Continue. Rumor has it that Yi Zifeng is the nominal disciple of the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang. His strength is at the peak of Star Venerates. There are even rumors that he has already reached the Holy Light realm. However, he has rarely shown himself in recent years. There is very little news about him. The sect he comes from is the Heavenly Profound Sect, which is stationed in one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chun nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the crafty old man and said, Can't you speak properly? You just have to suffer a little before you are willing to listen. The crafty old man smiled embarrassedly and said, Don't get cocky. After you walk out of this door, you will know the consequences of your actions. Xiao Chun smiled and said, What consequences? What is this? The official intelligence agency of the Pirate Alliance is clearly a scam. That Wang Feng outside is a scammer, right? The crafty old man's expression changed slightly. How did you know? Chapter 16:23. The devious old man felt very surprised. As he looked at Xiao Chun, his eyes filled with shock. Who knew? Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, I was just trying to scare you. Unexpectedly, I guessed right. However, Xiao Chun was somewhat suspicious. When he entered, The guard interrogated him very strictly. However, when he checked the captain's medallion, he only casually glanced at it, not caring at all. Xiao Qin was more cautious. Later on, the other party even said that he could only go to the first floor. Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. It was just scouting for information, not an auction house or a wrestling ring. Why would there be a difference in rank? Normally, the spirit jades would be sufficient for any kind of information. You! The devious old man immediately felt very angry. He said coldly, "White-clad brat, don't get cocky. If you have the guts, don't walk out of this door. The pirate alliance is very deep. You want to overturn it? Dream on." Creak! As the devious old man spoke, the door opened forcefully. 3 tall, burly men with boorish faces barged in. The leader looked at Xiao Chun with a sullen expression and said, "Are you causing trouble?" The devious old man looked like he saw his savior. He got up and said, "That's right. It's him. It's him. He wants information. Not only did he not give me the spirit jades, he even brought me up." The leader looked at Xiao Qin and smiled coldly. "Interesting. Just anyone dares to cause trouble in the West Wind Tower. Leave behind 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the West Wind Tower. You really speak a lot of nonsense." Xiao Qin could not be bothered to waste his breath. His figure flashed as he raised his hand and sent a palm strike. Using his palm as a saber, Xiao Qin quickly chopped down. The leader showed a startled expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin attacked at the drop of a hat. In a fluster, he quickly retreated. The two at the left and right made their moves, taking advantage of the situation to surround Xiao Qin, trying to force him back. However, things did not go as he wished. Xiao Qin was astonishingly fast, not giving the leader any chance to dodge. Xiao Qin's hand saber struck the other party's crossed arms. "Kassier!" Cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The leader grunted in pain. His arms broke and he lost all feeling. "Get lost." Xiao Qin did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He sent this person flying with a kick, and his figure flashed out of the room. The 2 burly men on the left and right didn't even manage to touch the corner of Xiao Qin's clothes. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a group of people with sharp blades charged towards Xiao Qin from both sides of the corridor. Every cultivator was at least a young essence cultivator. There were many half-step primal core cultivators, and the ones leading them were even minor primal core cultivators. Xiao Qin's expression was calm as he recalled the route he took to get here. Then he charged through the right corridor. Daring to cause trouble in the West Wind Tower, you really don't know the meaning of death. When the leader saw Xiao Qin rushing towards him, he sneered and rushed over first. Hu Qi, a strong wind blew, and Xiao Qin soon met halfway. They exchanged glances and attacked without hesitation. In the narrow passageway, the 2 of them started fighting fiercely. Their figures were so fast that they could not be seen. One could only see a series of afterimages. After 100 moves, the newcomer vomited a mouthful of blood and got sent flying by Xiao Qin's punch. That person crashed into the people behind him. The huge impact caused several people to feel pain. The devious old man quietly crawled out of his booth and stuck his head out to observe the situation. He saw Xiao Qin advancing rapidly, not stopping at all. No one who dared to block him could last more than 3 moves. "I ran into a tough nut to crack," the devious old man said with a bitter expression. He felt somewhat nervous in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin was so strong. If this matter blew up, the devious old man would not have a good ending either. Xiao Qin advanced rapidly. Aside from the few people who exchanged moves with him at the start, no one could block him for more than a second. 1 second was enough for Xiao Qin to make more than 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, the burly man in front of him was tossed aside like a sandbag. At the same time, someone rushed in from a luxuriously decorated VIP room at the top of the West Wind Tower. Chief Manager Ding, things are bad. Someone is causing trouble. A middle-aged man in the VIP room brewed tea with a relaxed expression. The middle-aged man wore simple robes and had a string of wooden Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist. He gave off an extraordinary air, giving off a calm and casual air. This person was called Ding Yuan, one of the managers of the West Wind Tower. He had been in this pirate hall for decades. He was very strong and could be considered very influential, holding a high position and authority. When Ding Yuan saw the flustered appearance of the newcomer, he calmly leaned back and pointed to the tea table. "Have some tea first. After that, we can talk things out." The youth known as Xiao Ma picked up the teacup and drained it. Then he told Ding Yuan everything that happened below in full detail. Ding Yuan's expression did not change as he said, "You can't handle a half-step primal core cultivator? Since when did my West Wind Tower become so weak?" "Chief Steward Ding, we've already invited 3 guest elders to take action, but they're still unable to take it down. I don't have the authority to mobilize an inner sect guest, so I can only ask you to make the decision," Xiao Ma quickly said. Ding Yuan smiled and said, "Interesting, I'll go take a look." After exiting the VIP room, he stood on the railing of the corridor on the top floor and looked down. In the hall, Xiao Chun was fighting 1 against 3, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. The 3 guest elders of the West Wind Tower were all peak primal core cultivators. Furthermore, they were not half-baked, minor primal core venerates. In the Purple Sun region, he would definitely be a top-notch expert, comparable to a major primal core venerate. However, the 3 of them still couldn't take down Xiao Chun no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't see any signs of Xiao Chun falling into a disadvantageous position. On top of the building, Ding Yuan's eyes flashed as he murmured, "The bloodline of the desolate era. I wonder what kind of bloodline it is." Down below, just as Xiao Chun was about to use his trump card and force his way out, the 3 guest elders in the hall suddenly stopped and looked behind with respectful expressions. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the newcomer. Then he sized up Ding Yuan. This person should be the manager of the West Wind Tower. He was a late-stage, major primal core cultivator, and his aura was exceptionally calm. With one look, it was clear that he was not a good person. Ding Yuan said coldly, "All of you withdraw. I'll deal with this matter." "Yes, Chief Manager Ding." Ding Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. "Little brother, may I have a word with you?" Xiao Chun originally thought that this person would make a move on him, so he was prepared to blow the matter up. Unexpectedly, the other party was so polite. "There's no need. If you have anything to say, you can say it now," Xiao Chun said indifferently. Ding Yuan ignored Xiao Chun's stiff tone. He smiled and said, "It is just a misunderstanding. Little brother, don't take it to heart. If I really had any ill intentions towards you, I would have used the guest elders of the inner sect. Although the West Wind Tower is not something to be proud of, it is still somewhat strong." These words were true. However, Xiao Chun truly did not fear the other party. He looked straight at the other party and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" In that instant, Ding Yuan felt like his soul was being seen through when facing Xiao Chun's gaze. He calmed himself before saying, "I admire your strength. Have you ever thought of earning a lot of money in this pirate hall? At the same time, you can temper your combat experience." "You mean the wrestling ring?" Xiao Chun looked at the other party doubtfully. "Smart." Ding Yuan smiled and nodded. Then he handed an engraved card to Xiao Chun and said, "If you are interested, you can come and look for me at any time. The owner of the wrestling ring in this pirate hall is a friend of mine. Recently, the geniuses from the 2 blessed lands have been doing very well there, winning a lot of spirit jades. You can go and take a look." Xiao Chun received the engraved card and looked at it. Then he raised his head and said, "If I am interested, I will come and look for you." Goodbye." Seeing Xiao Chen leave, several people at the side became anxious. "Chief Manager Ding, how can you let him go like that? He broke the rules of our West Wind Tower." Ding Yuan said indifferently, "The West Wind Tower has stood strong for so long. A large part of the reason is that they know what kind of people to offend and what kind of people not to offend." With one look, Ding Yuan knew that the person before him had an extraordinary background. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of the great, desolate Eon's 10,000 races. Clearly, he was not someone that could be casually offended. "Bring the person who gave him the information. I want to interrogate him carefully. It is time to rectify some of the recent customs." After leaving behind a sentence that made everyone tremble in fear, Ding Yuan turned around and left with a cold expression. When the crafty old man hiding in the corner heard this, he was so frightened that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Chapter 16:24. After leaving the West Wind Tower, Xiao Chun saw Wang Feng, who was still waiting there. So, he walked over without changing his expression. "Young hero, how was it? Did you gain anything?" Wang Feng asked extremely respectfully with a smile on his face. Xiao Chen replied expressionlessly, "I gained a lot." "Hee hee, that's good. I wonder, how are you going to calculate my reward?" Wang Feng's smile did not fade as he looked at Xiao Chen, filled with hope. Xiao Chen's face sank as he shouted coldly, "You are really extraordinarily bold. After tricking me, you still want to ask me for a reward." Wang Feng's heart tightened. When he felt Xiao Chen's gaze on him, he felt immense pressure. "How can that be? Young hero must be joking, right?" Wang Feng said somewhat anxiously as he forced out a smile. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He took out a nameplate and placed it before Wang Feng. "Ding Yuan, the West Wind Tower's chief manager." Wang Feng's expression changed drastically. He could not help taking 2 steps back. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with shock. How did the West Wind Tower's chief manager hand his nameplate to Xiao Chen? In that case, wouldn't the matter of him colluding with the lower echelons of the West Wind Tower be exposed? Xiao Chen put away the nameplate and said indifferently, "I will not pursue this matter for now. After this, just make up for your mistakes and do your job well. I will definitely reward you handsomely." Wang Feng felt surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let him off. He immediately felt relieved of a heavy burden. He nodded and said, "Young hero, don't worry. If you have any instructions, I promise to do my best. There is no need for any reward." 1 hour later, Xiao Chen's group of 4 gathered at the Pirate King statues at the entrance of the Pirate Hall. Xiao Sua looked at Wang Feng and asked, "Who is this fellow? He looks shifty-eyed. With one look, I can tell that he is not a good person." Wang Feng felt embarrassed in his heart. He quickly smiled and said, "I am Wang Feng. I am very familiar with this pirate hall. If you need any help, just let me know at any time. Let's put his matter aside. Xiao Sua, how's the matter I gave you?" Xiao Chen was more concerned about this. Xiao Sua smiled straightforwardly and said, "It is done. There will be results 10 days later." Xiao Chen was delighted. He nodded and said, "Not bad, you're quite agile." Xiao Chen had high hopes for the treasure left behind by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. The central great realm where Ancestor Dragon City was a true gathering place. If one went there without strength, one would only be humiliated. Xiao Chen did not want Lu Riuet to take care of him after seeing her. "Big brother Xiao Chen, should we go take a stroll around the wrestling ring? Many of the people who come here are here for the wrestling ring," Fei suggested. Luo Nan added, "I heard that these 2 outstanding talents from different blessed lands are in a fit of pique, competing to see who can obtain more consecutive victories. The atmosphere is very intense." Xiao Chun took out the nameplate and recalled Ding Yuan's words. He fell into deep thought. After a while, Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about the other party's suggestion. He could go and take a look. I'm familiar with the wrestling ring. I'll bring everyone there, Wang Feng volunteered, wanting to show off. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Lead the way, then." The wrestling ring was a sealed place. The outer walls were made of extremely hard crystals from the seabed. The entire wrestling ring was protected by formations. Even a peak major primal core cultivator would find it hard to destroy the wrestling ring. Many pirate hull cultivators stood guard at the entrance. After everyone paid an entrance fee of 1,000 spirit jades, they successfully entered. Wang Feng felt a slight heartache. 1,000 inferior grade spirit jades was not a small sum. What a fellow! The one from the Black Cave Mountain already won 20 consecutive victories, leading the innate Shaking Mountains person by one. Instant kill. The Heavenly Shaking Mountains' outstanding talent instantly killed 2 people and overtook them. Damn! I'm destined to lose all my spirit jades today. These 2 people are too strong. The atmosphere in the wrestling ring was fervent. Deafening shouts resounded everywhere. Originally, there were 16 arenas in the vast wrestling ring. However, they were now combined into 2. This caused everyone's attention to be focused on the remaining 2 arenas. The spectator seats in the vicinity were already full. These 2 are the outstanding talents from the Blessed Enclave? This is really incredible. At such a young age, they are already minor primal core cultivators. I wonder how they cultivate. On the stage, the 2 young men were the center of attention of the crowd. One had short hair and black clothes. He had a handsome face and gave off a sharp aura. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were like stars or gems. The other person had long hair that trailed over his shoulders, giving off a scholarly and calm air. His sharpness was withdrawn, but he could not hide the pride in his eyes. This was an innate pride that was nurtured. With one look, it was clear that he had been a proud son of heaven since he was young, standing out from the masses. In this wrestling ring, where the many experts of the 4 seas gathered, the 2's every move attracted everyone's attention. This was especially so for some young girls. They could not take their eyes off the 2, their eyes glittering like stars. Luo Nen felt a great sense of disappointment. He muttered, "These are the true outstanding talents of the elite. The so-called 3 new talents of Purple Sun City are not sufficient at all." While Luo Nan rejected the 3 new talents of Purple Sun City, he also rejected himself. Luo Nan sneaked a glance at Xiao Qin and discovered that Xiao Qian's expression remained calm, not changing at all. I wonder what Xiao Qin is thinking. Luo Nan entered deep thought. In his heart, Luo Nen could not help comparing Xiao Qin to these 2. He felt that the 2 in the wrestling ring were sharp and full of vigor. These 2 enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. On the other hand, Xiao Qin appeared much calmer, making others wonder what he was thinking. "Ling Yu, not bad. You managed to instantly kill 2 people in a row. To think that you managed to overtake me." The short-haired, black-clad youth looked mockingly at the long-haired, scholarly youth. The scholarly youth, Ling Yu, smiled faintly and said, "Jiang Xian, if you want to defeat me, you'd better put in more effort." Haha, the payout increased again. "Little fellow from the Black Cave Mountain, I'll be your opponent." As these people spoke, an unprepossessing old man holding a huge sword charged over to the arena with a short-haired, black-clad youth. Jiang Xian was. "It's old Devil Lu. This fellow is a 3-star captain. He is rather strong. I heard that this old Devil Lu is a peak minor primal core cultivator, just 1 step shy of major primal core. There are rules in the arena that forbid major primal core cultivators from fighting. This is already the strongest person to fight." Soon, people recognized old Devil Lu. His strength was 2 grades higher than Ling Yu's. Ling Yu was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Furthermore, he was not very old. However, this old Devil Lu was someone who had lived for several hundred years. He had rich combat experience and killed countless people. radiating a startling, baleful aura. Blazing solar sword light chop. The moment old Devil Lu entered the arena, he activated the huge sword in his hand and charged over. That huge sword immediately burst into flames, turning into a vast sea of flames. Then, the flames gathered and turned into a boundlessly resplendent, flaming sword light. A treasure tool. Old Devil Lu's sword is actually a treasure tool that surpasses profound tools. No wonder he dares to fight. Startled cries rang out in the crowd. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. This old Devil Lu's strength, together with this sword, is somewhat terrifying. In a one-on-one fight, Xiao Sua, who recently absorbed the life juice source, should only have a 60% chance of victory. A treasure tool? I've even seen doubt tools before. Why would I fear your treasure tool? Ling Yu's lips curled up, not caring. Cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. Not only did Ling Yu not retreat, but he even stepped forward and threw punch after punch. Intense explosions resounded in the air. Countless fist lights burst out, looking like flickering stars. Their auras flourished, like thousands of stars lighting up at the same time. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! The flaming sword light that old Devil Lu formed slowly dimmed. The light of the stars suppressed it until it could not resist at all. Old Devil Lu retreated again and again, greatly startled. He discovered that his heavy sword light could not even last a strike before the other party's fist light. Every punch caused his qi and blood to surge, and his internal organs to feel extremely uncomfortable. This pressed down on his body and soul. Boom! Old Devil Lu vomited a mouthful of blood. After enduring 10 moves, a punch struck him and sent him flying out of the arena. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. They had not expected the powerful old monster Lu to only last 10 moves. After 10 moves, he was sent flying and eliminated. Chapter 16:25. No one had expected the early-stage minor primal core black-clad youth, Ling Yu, to defeat old Devil Lu, who had hundreds of years of combat experience, within 10 moves. The battle ended so quickly that it left everyone flabbergasted and in disbelief. The victor of this battle was the Black Cave Mountain's Ling Yu and the scholarly youth Jiang Xian from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. Their consecutive victories tied once again. The scholarly youth, Jiang Xian, smiled and said, "Not bad, Ling Yu. Do you dare to go bigger? Afraid of you?" Ling Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. "How do you want to play?" Jiang Xian smiled and said, "Let's fight 3 peak minor primal core cultivators at the same time. Let's see who wins first. Do you dare to or not?" What a joke! Why wouldn't I dare? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena descended into a frenzy. How arrogant! 1 against 3. Furthermore, Jiang Xian was a peak minor primal core cultivator who was 2 grades higher than Xiao Qin. The most important thing was that Jiang Xian did not consider failure at all. The key to their victory was still to see who could win first. This is crazy. Not only is he fighting 1 against 3, he actually wants to end the battle quickly. The 2 of them are exuding an imposing aura. I wonder if anyone else will step up. Don't worry. They have already won 21 matches in a row. If we defeat them, we will obtain an astronomical amount of spirit jades. There will definitely be people willing to give it a try. Amidst the discussions, 3 old men from each of the 2 arenas flew up one after another. Luo Nan exclaimed in shock. These 2 people are somewhat horrifying. Can they win? Xiao Qin was also a little shocked in his heart. If it were him, it would be a little strenuous for him to fight 1 against 3. A peak minor primal core venerate was not scary. What was scary was that the venerates who dared to go up at this moment were definitely not ordinary people. Without a trump card, no one would rashly go on stage. What kind of holy land was the blessed land for these 2 to be so confident? While Xiao Chun was deep in thought, he was also looking forward to it. He wanted to experience the charm of the blessed paradise. Quick, bet. I bet that these two brats won't be able to hold on. That's right, we've already fought for so long. At least half of our true essence has been consumed. I don't believe that he can defeat 3 peak minor primal core experts. Yes, I'll bet half of my net worth. The 6 of them are all pirate leaders who are much more powerful than Old Monster Lou. Before the battle began, the atmosphere in the dueling ring had reached its peak. Everyone was watching and enthusiastically placing their bets. Xiao Sua pondered and said, "Captain, do you want us to go play as well?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin said, "Forget it. Small fights are boring. Even if you win too much, they will not let you leave this wrestling ring so easily." Yeah, that's true. The people behind the dueling ring are not people to be trifled with. Boom! An explosion resounded in the dueling ring as a surging shockwave spread out in the air. Wave after wave radiated out in all directions, causing one's heart to palpitate. Indeed, as many of the cultivators who placed their bets expected, Ling Yu and Jiang Xian, who fought 1 against 3, were no longer as relaxed as before. The 6 challengers on the 2 arenas seemed to be quite experienced, and their coordination was flawless. Those with stronger physical defenses focused on delaying Ling Yu and Jiang Xian. After that, the other 2 continuously harassed them, retreating after 1 strike. This was extremely annoying. The challengers on the 2 arenas all used the same strategy. They were rather shameless, continuously delaying and draining the 2's veritable essence energy. No matter what, these 2 geniuses from the Blessed Lands were only early-stage, minor primal core cultivators. In the end, these old men who had lived for hundreds of years would definitely have purer cultivations. This method was shameless, but the effects were clear. In the arenas, Ling Yu and Jiang Xian frowned heavily, clearly feeling somewhat frustrated. Fight! 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 Take down these 2 and extinguish the pride of these geniuses. The atmosphere in the dueling ring surged. Everyone saw hope of victory. This was especially so for the cultivators who placed their bets. They went crazy, shouting hoarsely. After winning more than 20 matches in a row, these 2 outstanding talents from the Blessed Lands had already pushed the payout rate to an extremely horrifying level. As long as they won, everyone would earn a lot. However, if Ling Yu and Jiang Xian won, the dueling ring would suffer heavy losses, and the rewards for consecutive victories would be even more horrifying. The situation in the arenas did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. The 3 old men who went up to challenge Ling Yu were extremely experienced. These 3 old men were very experienced, and their coordination was boundless. Xiao Qin suspected that these 3 old men were nurtured by the wrestling ring itself. They were specially used to snipe those who could obtain consecutive victories. Xiao Chen had experienced such a situation before. Xiao Chen looked up and caught a glimpse. Suddenly, he saw the West Wind Tower's chief manager Ding and a stern old man watching the battle below. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Clearly, the situation was still under control. The reward for consecutive wins after 20 matches. This was something that any dueling ring owner would feel heartache about. It was the nature of merchants to pursue profit. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire arena erupted in intense cheers. Xiao Qin looked around and discovered that Ling Yu had made a mistake. After getting hit by 2 moves, Ling Yu was forced into a corner, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. On the other side of the arena, Jiang Xian was very cautious. However, he still got hit, and his situation turned bad as well. Incredible. Xiao Chen thought to himself, these 3 really have a tacit understanding with each other. Furthermore, their combat experience is frightening. Unfortunately, your cultivations are still too low. Otherwise, you might really have the opportunity to be this arrogant, the old man in the arena said with a smile. Is that so? Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at the blood on his palm. Then he revealed a strange smile. Old man, you are too naive. Ling Yu laughed coldly in the arena. Then he shouted, and a heavy, tyrannical, and murderous aura from the great, desolate Ian surged out from his body. Suddenly, ripples that looked like starlight appeared on Ling Yu's exposed skin. It was like he had turned into a resplendent, starry sky, vast and boundless, deep and distant. A layer of faint ripples appeared on Ling Yu's body. It looked like his skin was also like light, looking incredibly strange. At the same time, Jiang Xian, who was at a disadvantage on the other side of the arena, snorted coldly. Black patterns appeared on Jiang Xian's body. The patterns were exquisite and exuded a noble and proud aura, covering his physical body like a suit of armor. A strong aura spread out from the two. The 6 old men in the arenas felt suffocated, a tremor that came from their souls spreading throughout their bodies. Attack! Attack! The 6 old men felt that something was wrong. They endured the pressure and stepped forward bravely. The flood-like attacks drowned the two. However, something strange happened. Miserable cries rang out everywhere. No one could see what was going on. The 6 people who attacked at the same time in the arenas on both sides all went flying back and vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless starlights burst out of the arena where Ling Yu was, dazzling everyone. Flickering stars revolved around Ling Yu as he pushed his palm forward. Hundreds of flickering miniature stars shot out like a barrage of cannons. Whoosh! Before the 3 old men in the arena could get hit, the aura that Ling Yu sent out sent the spectators flying, unable to resist at all. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the bones of the 3 old men struck by the starlight gave off cracking sounds as they went flying back. After they fell to the ground, they immediately fainted. On the other side, Jiang Xian was like a great, desolate, Ian ferocious beast. He took heavy steps and shook the ground, sending the 3 old men flying. The qi and blood of the 3 old men surged, and their skin tore like spider webs. Scarlet blood oozed out, looking extremely horrifying. Rumble! The terrifying auras coming from Jiang Xian and Ling Yu's body surged, emitting intense sounds that reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Plop! Plop! Some of the weaker yang essence cultivators fell to the ground, unable to speak in unison. Many of the spectators, even those who were at the periphery, felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their souls. Xiao Chen felt his bloodline tremble slightly. His expression could not help but turn grave. These 2 knew how to activate the great, desolate Ian bloodline and use it as they pleased. Great, desolate Ian bloodline. It's the great, desolate Ian bloodline. Someone exclaimed hoarsely, turning pale with fright.